Alright. Okay. See? Okay. Turn off the music real quickly. Okay. Not that. Don't want to click that. Okay, let's open the game. I'm sure everything's working fine.
The Atlanta Falcons had been dead silent for the better part of a decade. What this actually was a period of decline brought on by meddling management, ineffective systems, and personnel decisions that broke the wrong way. All pretty standard stuff that most sports franchises experience from time to time. But what it feels like, in retrospect, is a dropping of the curtain, a shuffling around of set pieces in preparation for the act to follow.
The Falcons had a big identity change thanks to one very specific addition. In the 1989 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons used the 5th overall pick on a 21-year-old franchise-changing athlete out of Florida State, a revolutionary cornerback who could impact football games more than any other corner ever has before or since. Dion had never played the position before college, but by the time he left Tallahassee, scouts had never seen such a talented corner, and he knew exactly how great he was, consistently carrying around both massive amounts of swagger and massive amounts of jewelry. Even better, despite the fact that Atlanta had been in the doldrums and was coming off 6 straight losing seasons, he really embraced the idea of becoming a Falcon. He envisioned getting the credit for being the one to turn their fortunes around. One thing that complicated matters, however, was another sport. A talented baseball outfielder, Dion had been drafted the previous year by the New York Yankees, and when the Falcons weren't meeting his contractual demands, he held out from Atlanta's training camp and threatened to turn his attention full-time to baseball, where he'd been called up to the big leagues. Just a few days before the NFL season started, right in the middle of a baseball game against the Mariners, the Falcons finally were able to bring their prize draft pick to Atlanta to begin his extraordinary NFL career. There was so much that went into making Deion Sanders the greatest, most impactful cornerback in NFL history, that went into making him one of a kind at so many things, that went into making him primetime. The obvious place to start, because it was the thing that most jumped off the screen at you, was his unmatched athleticism and raw talent. His pure speed was nothing short of cartoonish, which made him an absolute nightmare to try and corral in open space whenever he had the ball in his hands, whether it was after picking off a pass and zooming the other way until he's high-stepping into the end zone, or, as illustrated by this punt return, just 5 minutes into his NFL career, his game-changing explosiveness returning punts and kicks, or even dabbling in some wide receiver where he could take a short pass to the house in the blink of an eye. Despite all those physical gifts, Dion still wouldn't have been nearly the cornerback he was if he hadn't had a brilliant football mind and tremendous work ethic to go along with him. He relentlessly studied opposing receivers and their splits and footwork and habits and tells to the point that he basically always knew what route the guy lining up across from him was gonna run. Plenty of cornerbacks make educated gambles based on what they expect through their film study, but what made Dion the top cover corner of all time was that with him, there was no such thing as a gamble, because gambling implies there's the potential to lose. That potential didn't really exist with Dion.
Damn it.
He could squat and jump on shorter routes because even in the rare times he guessed wrong or took a false step and the receiver went deep, Dion's preternatural makeup speed would never leave him out of position to recover and make a play on the ball. He was also an expert at baiting quarterbacks. Even against a Canton-bound duo here, Dion duped Steve Young into thinking he's got Jerry Rice wide open for an easy scoring pitch and catch. It got to the point where opponents simply never even bothered throwing it to his side of the field. And while the term shutdown corner gets thrown around often, Deion Sanders was the one true bona fide shutdown corner in NFL history. The only player with the smarts, size, instincts, anticipation, and athleticism to legitimately wipe away an entire side of the field from the offense's attack.
There's no denying Deion's talents as a shutdown corner and the amount of swag he brought to the game. But it's just so silly how he possessed both traits at such a high level. The dude was just so effortlessly cool. He'll show up with his chain swinging and Jerry Curl juice flying everywhere just to shut down your team's top receiver. And there was nothing you could do about it. Anyone who has the confidence to say, if you look good, you feel good. If you feel good, you play good. If you play good, they pay good. And turn around to prove every single word of that is just legendary. That type of brash confidence with the ability to back it up is why Deion meant so much to Atlanta. In a city where so many folks consider themselves trendsetters, Deion was there solidifying himself as someone the NFL had never seen before. He might have left and had more team success with other squads, but he came into this league as an Atlanta Falcon, and he was proud of it from day one. He was the first true superstar for a franchise that rarely had a lot to celebrate.
Of course, Deion later became an Atlanta Brave too, suiting up for Bobby Cox's National League champs from 1991 to 94. A lot has been made about Deion's simultaneous baseball and football exploits, and for good reason. We could spend an hour talking about it, but let's stop just long enough to show you this. On September 25th, 1991, while playing for the Braves, Deion Sanders stole second base. Let's move about 40 yards up and to the left. On this spot, just 3 days prior, Deion Sanders registered a sack fumble on Raiders quarterback Jay Schrader. Two completely different acts of thievery. That's what he was best at. There are so many deadbolts on this achievement that prevent it from ever being repeated. First, you have to be active on an NFL roster and an MLB roster at the same time, which only Deion has ever done. Second, both teams need to play on the same field in the same week, which requires a multi-purpose stadium, which the NFL and MLB don't do at all anymore. Third, you must record both a stolen base and a sack, two things that are associated with two very, very different body types. Deion did something on this spot that will never, ever happen again. Anyway,
hey Venture, thanks for the follow.
Now. If you want to find it, you can make your way to the green lot somewhere to the left of marker number 7. Can't miss it. The Falcons had always had their fair share of characters, but they were mostly found in dignified elder statesmen like Jeff Van Note and Claude Humphrey, born-again golden boys like Steve Bartkowski and Greg Brazina, and the Archie Bunker magic of Norm Van Brocklin. Now they had both of the largest, loudest personalities in pro football. One was Deion, a person who offered a specific type of presence that the big four American sports had never really seen before. The other was an old friend.
Lava Bee Wave.
In his first stop in Atlanta, Jerry Glanville had made NFL history by being the only man in football willing to push every single faucet on the soda fountain, sending a tasteless number of pass rushers after the quarterback and producing the most stringent defense the NFL has ever seen. Yeah, it was only effective for one season until opposing offensive coordinators figured out how to solve for it. Who cares? Point is, Glanville wasn't afraid to stand out. In fact, He loved it. After leaving the Falcons in 1982,
He loves
Glanville
standing
eventually
out.
won the head coaching job with the Houston Oilers and quickly built a reputation as one of the most obnoxious guys in pro football. He held some qualities reminiscent of another old friend, Van Brocklin. For instance, like Van Brocklin, he wanted to physically fight the media, once offering to go one-on-one with a radio host in a Rage in the Cage-style motel room death match until only one was left standing. After leading the Oilers to 3 straight playoff appearances, Glanville landed the top job in Atlanta, where he tried even harder and looked even less cool. He was the damn Gandalf of the Piedmont, leaving Atlanta to battle the Balrog and returning in a majestic cloak. Glanville was known as the Man in Black, which is something you want other people to call you when you're 5. And in an effort to rebrand as the bad
Look at
boy
that
of the
drip.
NFC, he had the Falcons' uniforms redesigned to an all-black pattern. I'm partial to the red helmets, but I gotta admit they're pretty cool. Glanville is probably best remembered for occasionally buying game tickets for Elvis and leaving them for pickup at the will call booth. If he had done this quietly, and the story came to light years after the fact, this would have been a very funny goof, an all-timer. Instead, though, he wrung every last ounce of
151.
humor out of it. He tore all around town with Elvis vanity plates on his Corvette. He titled his autobiography, Elvis Don't Like Football. He put his name on the Genesis and Super Nintendo game Jerry Glanville's Pigskin Football, a side-scroller that resembles Streets of Rage more than any football game and actually looks pretty fun. At the end of each stage, you're treated to a black and white bitmap that probably took up half the memory on a cartridge of Glanville looking very, very cool, as well as a rundown of your stats. One of them is Elvis sightings. His joke is trying so hard. I'm exhausted. As a comedian, he had a lot of trouble with the follow-through. On one occasion, he accused an official of calling a game against him and said, "Here, might as well steal my watch too," and threw it at him. The official called his bluff, picked up the watch, and walked away. That's the joke, man. It's done. This joke cost you $15,000 and now it's over. But as any comedian will tell you, the best jokes always end with, wait, I was just joking. So yeah, Jerry Glanville was corny. But he was also a genuinely interesting, entertaining personality with a similarly entertaining system. The NFL could use more of that.
At the top of Glanville's initial wish list was hiring June Jones as his offensive coordinator. Jones was a reserve quarterback on the Falcons when Glanville was concocting the Grits Blitz during his first stint on Atlanta's coaching staff. Jones leaned on Glanville during those years to learn more about defense, and then Glanville hired Jones to coach his quarterbacks for a couple years in Houston. Unfortunately for Glanville, Jones's employer put the kibosh on any attempts to poach him. After the Falcons struggled through a 5-11 season in 1990, Jones's contract expired, and Glanville finally got his man
57?
and the innovative offensive system that came along with him. Previously, the Falcons under Jerry Glanville had been running an offense he called the Red Gun, but was more widely known as the Run and Shoot offense. Thus, you can understand the strong desire to reunite with Jones, a run and shoot guru who evolved and put his own spin on the offense developed by Jones's former college coach, Max Davis. It was a pass-heavy offense that spread the field
Hey,
with
HBK,
4
how's it
wide
going?
receivers and just 1 running back pretty much every play, with the tight end essentially extinct in this offense. Generally, there'd be a receiver split wide on each side, with a slot receiver on each side lined up tight to the formation, though sometimes there could be a trips look with 3 wide receivers lined up on the same side of the field.
Not a cool game.
A key tenet of the system is that whereas receivers often have a predetermined route that they're assigned to run, the run and shoot is predicated on adjusting after the snap to whatever the defense's coverage scheme is. For example, when facing a zone defense, the quarterback and receiver have to be on the same page in identifying who's going to occupy which zone and reacting accordingly to find the soft spots in that zone. When firing on all cylinders, there should be post-snap built-in counters for anything the defense can possibly throw at them. It placed heavy stress on the defense and demanded that they cover every blade of grass on the field. Some of the downsides are that it's a one-dimensional offense and that it provides minimal protection for the quarterback. Therefore, they usually roll out after taking the snap instead of dropping back because they're very exposed to the pass rush.
They have to
And with
move a
anything
lot.
other than lightning-quick decision-making, they're a sitting duck back there. As for who would be the long-term quarterback to sling the ball around in Jones's run and shoot, the Falcons had some decisions to make when the 1991 NFL Draft rolled around. The Falcons didn't have an urgent need at the position, as starter Chris Miller had given them steady play there, but by 91 they were at least sniffing around QBs. And lead personnel exec Ken Herrock was specifically drawn to the aroma about 400 miles southwest in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and a prospect entering that year's draft by the name of Brett Favre. The
Yeah,
star
that's right. The
quarterback
Falcons
from
had
the
Brett
University
Favre.
of Southern Miss was coming
Crazy.
off a turbulent year. In the summer before his senior season, a car wreck nearly killed him, and while it eventually necessitated the removal of 2.5 feet
Jesus.
of his intestines, he returned after just a month to lead a resounding victory over an SEC powerhouse. After capping
Alabama.
his standout career by leading the Golden Eagles to an 8-win season, Favre was widely expected to be the first quarterback selected, potentially even in the top 15 picks, with Herrock's Falcons showing heavy interest. And with that extra first-round pick at number 13 overall conveniently in their back pocket, that's where Favre's camp expected him to land. But they got thrown a curveball when Atlanta instead chose a slot receiver with that 13th pick. The spot he thought was earmarked all along for him was not to be, so Favre went back to playing Nintendo while somehow remaining on the board all
And
the
wearing
way
his
until the
jorts.
Falcons' next pick.
If you've
where
ever seen the photo of
finally
him getting
they pounced. But
picked.
make no mistake, this was a Ken Herrock pick all the way. Glanville wanted someone
like
else,
lying on his
and
bed in
never
his
liked
jorts.
Favre from day one, once even remarking it'd take a plane crash to play him. Completely turned off by the partying ways of his top prospect that they were quite fortunate to have dropped to them at pick 33, Glanville wouldn't even learn Favre's name, opting instead for a far more verbally inefficient route and refused to install him as
Called
his
Mississippi.
backup quarterback, forcing Herrock to trade for deposed Charger Billy Joe Tolliver just a few days before the season kicked off. Favre also admittedly did very little to help his own cause. That nightlife reputation was the reason his teammates gave him their own moniker. He blew off game plans, slept in meetings, and when the third stringer did receive his scant playing time in 1991, it couldn't have gone worse. Mopping up a blowout loss in Washington, he turned his only 5 dropbacks of the season into 2 completions to the opposition,
Oh my
0
God.
completions to a teammate, and a sack.
Man,
Just
he
a
really
couple
didn't want to
weeks
be there.
later, developments were unfolding up in Green Bay, with the Packers looking to shake up their football operation in the midst of their 18th playoff-less season in 19 years. And in late November, they plucked Ron Wolf out of the Jets front office to be their new general manager. Like Herrock, Wolf was enamored with Favre when he was coming out of college and was the most coveted player on his team's board, with frantic efforts to trade up nearly resulting in a deal with Phoenix before the Cardinals reneged at the last second. Herrock landed Favre just 1 spot before Wolf was poised to. Wolf was also a close friend and former colleague of Herrock's, and wouldn't you know it, Wolf's first game running the Packers just so happened to come a few days later in Atlanta against his old man. Well before the game started, Herrock encouraged Wolf to check out Favre's throw, signaling he was receptive to offers for a player he knew would never get a fair shake from the coaching staff. Wolf took him up on the offer, which rubber-stamped
know
his
if I had
burned
money or
desire
not
to
on me.
acquire the young gunslinger for his new team in Green Bay. After the season, Herrock orchestrated a meeting with Glanville, June Jones, and team ownership to develop a plan as to how to handle Favre's status amid their difference of opinion. But the available evidence began to sort out in Herrock's head. After he initially attached an unrealistic price tag to Favre,
Probably should take
Wolf
the dog
moved
there.
forward with an opening counteroffer of a second-round pick. Herrock stood firm on a first-round pick, though he hoped that would prove too expensive.
Shit.
It wasn't.
Shit. I should have broken the tree.
They eventually kissed on the Venn diagram in February 1992 on a deal for Favre, who, when notified of the trade, thought it was interesting, but not as interesting as finishing his crawfish. And when Favre's first career start on the road happened to be in Atlanta, he made crystal clear there was no love lost with Glanville. At the time of the trade, the Falcons' rationale was understandable. They had a quarterback who rode the run and shoot to the Pro Bowl, so Favre wasn't going to be playing in the immediate future anyway, and they rebounded in year 2 of the Glanville regime to become a playoff team, so their window to contend was open. That draft pick could have been used on someone who actually played and helped take them to the next level. Unfortunately, they ultimately used that mid-first round pick to draft a Southern Miss teammate of Favre's, running back Tony Smith. It was a pick that did not pan out.
Looking back, it seems really strange that Glanville didn't enjoy the spectacle that Favre brought along with him, because he loved every single other kind of spectacle. The NFL had instituted rules restricting non-football related personnel from loitering on the sidelines just in time for the Falcons to completely ignore them. Celebrities were a common sight on the Atlanta sideline. Cobb County's own Travis Tritt was a regular, and he and Glanville were commonly seen hanging out around town. Other luminaries, such as Wayne Newton and James Brown, were spotted from time to time. But above all, the Falcons' spiritual leader and muse was MC Hammer. Hammer and the Falcons had become fast friends following their appearance in Hammer's Too Legit to Quit music video. If you want to find Glanville in this video, you gotta do a little skipping around. Toward the very end, Jerry gets exactly 1.8 seconds of fame, just long enough to say Too Legit to Quit. Got all dressed up just for that. Sorry, Jerry. Regardless, Glanville and the Falcons made sure he was a regular presence. Dion credited Hammer as an inspiration for his 100-yard kickoff return against San Francisco. In tribute, he high-stepped throughout the entire second half of the run. In this confluence of NFL, hip-hop, and the city of Atlanta, we saw the beginnings of 3 things that, while already big, were about to explode in popularity and help define American culture. In particular, though, Hammer and the Falcons were an interesting contrast. The Falcons were resented by their peers for an attitude and style of play that opponents found dirty. Hammer, on the other hand, was mocked by rappers on both coasts for being clean and marketable. While others resented the Falcons' unorthodox way of doing business, Hammer was criticized for borrowing from others by sampling. But Hammer was a representation of what was to come in hip-hop. Today, sampling is a celebrated art, and relatively clean rappers have found universal appeal. Not so with the Jerry Glanville Falcons. In today's NFL, sure, there are fun teams and interesting people, but teams with this kind of attitude are nowhere to be found. Not anymore.
49.
Jerry and Dion had a lot in common. Both were iconoclasts, both sought attention at every opportunity, and yet we're painting Dion as an inherently cool dude and Jerry is just kind of a dork. Why? Well, lots of reasons, but I'll name 4. First, takes one to know one. Second, Dion possessed one of the most varied and fascinating skill sets of any athlete who has ever lived, whereas Glanville dressed like 2 8-year-olds poorly conceived plot to sneak into showgirls. Third, Dion was expressing himself as an athlete, and throughout history, athletes were typically discouraged from expressing themselves. They'd made owners rich, not themselves, and now they were starting to claim that power. That's what Dion represented. Jerry, meanwhile, wow, a loud boss, huh? That's crazy, man. And fourth, Dion understood the art of comedy. In '92, baseball broadcaster Tim McCarver used his national pulpit to criticize Dion for simultaneously playing football and baseball. He didn't have Tim McCarver's permission to do that, and McCarver sternly voiced his disapproval to millions on multiple occasions. Dion responded brilliantly. When McCarver was in the Braves clubhouse the night they won the National League pennant, Dion snuck up behind him and gave him a bath. When McCarver, who never imagined he'd face any consequences for trashing a guy for having 2 jobs on national television, tried to scold him,
"Hey, I got a real man, you know that?"
Dion gave him another. This is Three Stooges stuff. It's comedy at its very most fundamental. Even if Jerry didn't quite have it in him to achieve that level of comedy himself,
250?
He should be commended for enabling it. In fact, I think he deserves substantial credit for one of the funniest, most disrespectful stunts ever seen on a football field. Because only a Jerry Glanville team would be brazen enough to even think of it. Over the previous 5 years or so, something startling had happened. The New Orleans Saints had gotten good.
Uh-oh. Not the Saints.
As recently as the mid-'80s, the Saints had found a way to lose about twice as many games as the Falcons over their respective lives. Unlike the Falcons, they'd never fielded any contenders. For more than 20 years in New Orleans, it'd been nothing but losing all the way down. But led by head coach Jim Mora and Baton Rouge-born quarterback Bobby Hebert, the Saints dramatically reversed course.
Jim
to the point
Mora?
in which they actually had a better overall record than Atlanta. They'd made 2 playoff appearances, something that even a short time ago seemed impossible. And in '91, they made a 3rd trip to the postseason, where, in the first round, they ran into the Atlanta Falcons. We're going to spoil a couple of very important details right away. First, as the chart indicates here, the Falcons will win this game. Second, to this day, all the way up through 2020, this is the one and only time the Falcons and Saints ever met in the playoffs. Some might take this to mean that this is an ultimately meaningless rivalry. But given the half-century of madness between these two that has never once relented, I'd argue exactly the opposite. But these considerations really only set the stage for what happens on December 28th, 1991. You just have to see it for yourself.
Their playoff showdown starts wonderfully for Atlanta as Glanville's defense forces what should have been a 3-and-out before a reckless roughing the kicker call brings them back in. That leads to Floyd Turner capitalizing on a miscommunication by the Falcons secondary to break wide open for the score and a 7-0 Saints lead. With New Orleans on the doorstep of the goal line and threatening to go up 14 the next time they get the ball, Dion knows that rookie receiver Wesley Carroll is going to be running a slant, baits the throw, and then explodes through the optical illusion he created of an open passing window to snag the interception and put out that fire.
57, 22nd
Midway
level.
through the second quarter,
Ugh.
with the Falcons trailing 10-zip,
I don't know about that
running
one.
back Mike Rozier takes a handoff up the middle and gets immediately stuck, with the ball ripped away from him and the Saints recovering. Despite his right knee clearly not being down when the ball popped out, and his left knee clearly not being down when the ball popped out, the official on the left, who blew the play dead, won out against the official on the right. Next play on 3rd and long, the Falcons parlay their good fortune into a touchdown when Chris Miller finds Andre Rison shaking free to bring Atlanta within 3. After the teams traded
Yeah,
a couple
NFL
field goals,
NFL
the
refs have
Saints
always
are
been bad.
set to kick off with just 3 seconds left in the first half. Falcons linebacker Michael Reed falls on the little squib kick and then inexplicably chucks it backward in an apparent attempt to spark some sort of spectacular touchdown. The Saints happen to be offsides on the play, so let's give Reed the benefit of the doubt that perhaps he saw the flag or something and knew it was going to be a free play. Okay, fine. In that case, that'd be reasonable then. On to the replay. Okay, so I guess that initial one wasn't simply a product of the penalty. No longer even possessing the element of surprise in a plan fraught with risk, they wanted to get the ball in Deion Sanders' hands because there's no one in the world more likely than him to pull a rabbit out of the hat and weave his way into the end zone. Except for the fact that there's still an exponentially higher chance of just handing your opponent a touchdown via lateraling gone awry, as was nearly the case here. So while an upside did exist in which the Falcons could have scored and entered halftime up 4, that wasn't nearly as likely as the downside of entering halftime down 10. Having dodged that bullet to remain down 3, Atlanta comes out firing to open the second half, capping an 84-yard drive with Miller dropping this beauty right in the bucket for Michael Haynes, who makes a magnificent catch after getting a half step on the cornerback, manages to stay in bounds, and hangs on to the ball, even though he knows the safety's about to lay a wallop on him. Their first lead is short-lived, however. It looks like they've held the Saints to just a field goal, but a Falcons encroachment means once again a special teams penalty sends Atlanta's defense back on the field. And once again, New Orleans takes advantage to take the lead back before some more Dion-based lateraling on the ensuing kickoff. With under 3 minutes left in the game, the Falcons
Was
have
not
the
sure
ball
where that
with the
exit
score
was.
tied. The Saints dial up a heavy blitz, and with Haynes being given a sizable cushion by the cornerback, his job is to run a 10-yard hitch. After a quick inside move and a broken tackle, it is a foot race. And the New Orleans native doesn't lose many of those, which nearly turns out the lights on his favorite childhood team's season. But there's still one flicker remaining. One last chance for the Saints to try and force overtime. New Orleans is able to advance down to Atlanta's 35-yard line with 70 seconds left. On the next play, Falcons cornerback Tim McKyer, playing a zone defense, is just sitting on the quick out route. Interception. Game clinched.
The Saints don't have enough timeouts to make a stop and get the ball back.
137.
If you're the Falcons, if you're Tim McKyer, is immediately hit the ground. Give yourself up. In the play. The game is over. It can safely be argued that this is the single biggest win to date in the Atlanta Falcons' 26-year history. Their only other playoff win came all the way back in 1978 against the Eagles. But this one comes against their arch rival. And if they win this, it'll represent the end of a slide that's lasted nearly a decade. All that needs to happen is for McKyer to hit the deck. Saints receiver Floyd Turner recognizes that this thing is sewn up and peels away instead of making the hit. Uh-oh. McKyer's not going down, but he's not going upfield either. He's looking for an accomplice. He's looking for Dion. Dion always liked to joke about becoming a three-sport athlete and playing rugby, a distant cousin of football that heavily emphasizes short pitches to teammates. The Falcons love doing this. Throughout this season, they found a little bit of success tossing laterals here and there, and as we just saw, their attempt to do so in this very game almost ended in catastrophe. But here they are, taking us on another terrifying roller coaster.
Oh, these are slow
with
lows.
Nothing to gain,
Slow ice caves.
absolutely everything to lose. McKyer finds Dion, who hits all four directions on the D-pad before sprinting upfield. The sideline is right there. The Saints have him walled off. Surely now Dion is going to step out of bounds and win the ballgame.
226.
No, he has sorcery to perform. Watch as number 89, Quinn Early, goes for the stop.
Yup.
Dion shakes him so badly that by the time he's done with him, Quinn Early has been demoted. He is now number 68. Look again. 89, 68. 68 is essentially an upside-down 89. What's likely here is that Quinn Early, who was previously seen in this game wearing correct numbers on the front and back, probably had to change at some point into a backup jersey with messed up upside-down lettering. That is the rational explanation. But the correct explanation is that Deion Sanders is a sorcerer, and he's not finished conjuring. He now pitches to rookie Joe Fishback, who takes it all the way to the house for a completely unnecessary touchdown. This score was later overturned, and correctly so. Laterals can't even be a fraction of a degree forward, and we can see that Dion lets it go just before the 40-yard line, and Fishback grabs it just after the 40. The Falcons took a knee after this and won by 1 touchdown instead of 2. I think this is the reason the play is mostly forgotten today. But a play like this with multiple laterals is only ever seen if a team is losing in the final seconds. It's a desperation play. The Falcons appear to be in a state of urgency and of panic. The difference is the Falcons were not desperate to avoid a loss. The Falcons were desperate to beat the Saints even worse.
Oh, that's so...
Atlanta was decisively knocked out of the playoffs a week later in Washington, but that seems beside the point entirely. This game was their Super Bowl. In the 55-year history of this rivalry, this remains the one and only time the Falcons and Saints squared off in playoff football, and the goal wasn't simply to win. It was to punk him the fuck out. It was a testament to Deion Sanders'
and 308 at the exit of 4-3. That's a clear sub-4.
Thoroughly destroy his opponent. But in equal measure, it revealed the unique character of these Atlanta Falcons, who never would have even tried this if they had been led by anyone other than Jerry Glanville. Any other coach would have been absolutely driven up a wall by such a useless stunt that could have lost them a playoff game. Jerry just kinda chuckled, conceding only that it was a little bit extreme and acknowledging that it was fully in line with the outlandish philosophy he himself had implemented, before excusing himself to join one of many locker room dance parties with Hammer. This was their greatest moment. After the Falcons finished with 6-10 records in each of their next 2 seasons, Jerry Glanville was fired. Despite the presence of Deion Sanders, their defense regressed to the worst in the NFL. And after an agonizing, protracted series of negotiations,
52.
Deion finally left for the Niners after the 1993 season.
Niners,
and after
and
a
the
startling
Cowboys.
rebrand as a gangster rapper that convinced absolutely nobody on earth, Hammer's celebrity faded as well. Nothing this weird and electrifying is allowed to last for long. You can say whatever you want about these Jerry Glanville, Deion Sanders, MC Hammer Falcons, but they put something into the NFL that the game had never seen before, and that we have never seen since. I mean, good lord. This is the rudest thing I have ever seen on an NFL field. It's a work of art. Imagine giving the city of Baltimore 10 years to add everybody in Memphis. That's more or less what Atlanta was dealing with in the past, and the infrastructure just wasn't ready. My elementary school had to repurpose janitor's closets as classrooms to get out of the room the kids would have to crawl to their desks. It took a million years to get anywhere. You'd spend hours just baking in the car, sitting in gridlock on a 2-lane highway that needed to be 8 lanes. I've never seen anything like it since. Endless stucco in every direction. The only grass you'd see for miles was this weird Bermuda grass that they trucked in on pallets that turned yellow in the fall. But if there's any one site that defines the Georgia aesthetic over the last 30 years,
Nice,
it's
finally
this
something
stuff.
out of a low
Romans
hell
left
out
the
of
aqueducts.
the BM.
Georgians left silt fences, black plastic silt fences, held in by wooden stakes to keep piles of red Georgia clay from spilling out of bulldozed plots of land. There must have been 100,000 miles of it strung around metro Atlanta. It was like an entire city was being built at the same time. The Falcons were outgrowing their home too.
Oh my god,
In the
really?
Fulton County Stadium, they didn't get the favorable financial conditions the Braves did, despite both teams being the same age. And getting sacked somewhere around second base stopped being funny after a while. As is standard practice in American sports, owner Rankin Smith threatened to move the Falcons to Jacksonville if a new stadium wasn't built. And it worked. Opened in 1992, the 71,000-seat Georgia Dome received a chunk of its funding from a hotel-motel tax that visitors to Atlanta would see on their hotel bills. I mean, hey, if the rest of the country was planning on coming to Atlanta and beating the Falcons' asses like they
just
spent
done
the
that.
last 25 years doing, paying for the venue was honestly
Tried something
the least
fancy.
they could do.
Didn't,
When
was
Deion
no way
made
it was gonna
his
work.
first trip to the Georgia Dome as a visitor, there was much fanfare in the lead-up surrounding his individual matchup with Andre Rison. The two had quite a lengthy history. First in college, they had some bad blood stemming from a couple heated battles in 1987 and 88 when Rison's Michigan State Spartans faced Sanders' Seminoles, the latter of which featured some fisticuffs between the two. He and Deion spent 4 years not just as teammates, but they were also roommates. Now they're once again opponents ready to go after each other. And early in the second quarter, Deion greeted Rison with a poke to his eye. A couple plays later, the old friends fully committed to catching up and exchanging pleasantries with one another. The very next time Atlanta got the ball, Deion ended their scoring threat with a flair unique only to primetime, saying hello to his old sideline as he high-stepped his way to an insurmountable 28-3 lead. That exuberance came with a groin injury that knocked him out the rest of the game. I think we can safely say that it was worth it.
The Falcons of the early 90s loved attention and often got it. They were indeed the self-styled bad boys of the NFL. But one person in the Falcons' orbit stood alone as a true iconoclast. Lisa Left Eye Lopez emerged as a musical prodigy while growing up in Philly, and she was drawn to Atlanta by its burgeoning rap and R&B scene. Soon after, she became one-third of TLC, one of the most influential groups of any genre in the last few decades. Lopez began dating Andre Rison. About a year into the relationship, Rison allegedly assaulted her one morning in an Atlanta Kroger. Ultimately, prosecutors dismissed the charges, explaining that key witnesses had given inconsistent accounts of the incident. If
I don't
there's
know why I
one thing
took
the
this.
NFL's known for, it's putting its head in the sand and pretending problems don't exist. One has been the high rate of assault and domestic violence committed by its players. If you're a star, there will be the standard incantations of personal problems and overcoming adversity, and you'll be let back in. If you're a really big star, it might just be swept under the rug entirely. In Risen's case, the allegations alone were more than enough to convince his sponsors to pull ads and cut ties with him. Similarly, it was well within the power of both the Falcons and the NFL to take any action they felt appropriate, for Risen wasn't suspended for a single game. In these moments, the NFL tells us a lot about them. Lopez would later become perhaps the first woman ever to dominate the NFL news cycle when, after one of many arguments with Risen, she dumped some gifts in the marble bathtub of his house and lit them on fire.
I've heard about this.
Crucially, though, after the ensuing damage, it was replaced with a plastic tub. Perhaps unaware of this, Lopez did the same with Risen's shoe collection sometime later. The plastic melted, and the mansion went up in flames. This was all Atlanta news media talked about for days. Helicopter footage of the ruins was all you saw on every channel. To many football fans, Left Eye's legacy is simply crazy lady who burned a house down. But here was a woman who, on top of her groundbreaking talents that helped put Atlanta's R&B scene on the map, was a true cultural dissident. No one was supposed to be sex positive then, least of all a black woman in the South. But she got her nickname by wearing a condom over her right eye, a statement that was part of her advocacy for birth control. To these Atlanta Falcons, their definition of iconoclasm was wearing all black uniforms without league approval and allowing unauthorized famous guys on the sidelines. How much more than that you should really expect out of a football team, I don't know. The fact remains that these guys couldn't, or more accurately wouldn't, meaningfully transcend the little painted rectangle they played in. Within that rectangle, it was probably pretty easy to feel like revolutionaries. But what the Falcons thought they were, Left Eye actually was. For better or for worse, the Smith family that owned and operated the Falcons had a habit of filling the head coaching position with guys they remembered from the 70s. They rehired Marion Campbell a decade after they fired him. They brought back Jerry Glanville a decade after his first stint in Atlanta. And in '94, they elevated June Jones, once their backup quarterback, to head coach. At this point, the Falcons ran the only pure run-and-shoot offense in the NFL. And Jones's first job was to find the quarterback who could actually fly this thing. Having traded away Brett Favre, the Falcons had spent the 90s making do with a platoon of Chris Miller, Billy Joe Tolliver, and fan-favorite Bobby Ager, who they'd signed away from the Saints. To lock down their quarterback of the future, they bundled together a handful of draft picks, shipped them off to Indianapolis, and landed former #1 overall pick, Jeff George.
Jeff George.
George was kind of a project. His career in Indianapolis was defined by poor numbers, lots of losing, and one of the most unique holdouts ever seen, in which George didn't really even ask for anything or say why he was holding out. I guess he just didn't want to play football. I get it, man. But when he returned, his potential came with him, and his stock rose enough in '93 for the Falcons to go after him. Their gamble paid off. George thrived in the run and shoot, and he established himself as one of the league's more effective passers. He benefited from the talents of receivers Eric Metcalf, Bert Emanuel, and Terrence Mathis, all three of whom surpassed 1,000 yards in 1995. But his secret weapon was in the backfield with him. If you're running a formation that doesn't give you two running backs,
oh, come on.
That's the next best thing. How about one enormous running back?
The single back in June Jones's run and shoot for a couple years was the domain of Craig Ironhead Hayward, a free agent they initially signed to back up Eric Pegram. But 5 games into the '94 season, with Ironhead averaging over 1.5 yards more per carry than Pegram, the former supplanted the latter as starter following a deliciously scorigamic win. Ironhead was a perfect fit for Jones's offense. Though he'd previously had some well-documented struggles with his weight earlier in his career, sometimes registering 3 spins on the scale, in Atlanta he got that under control, and at peak condition, he was built like the offspring of a semi-truck and a bowling ball, while possessing surprising
now we need to find
quickness
something.
And ability to make plays catching the ball out of the backfield, where he could get loose out in space and rumble upfield like a rolling ball of butcher knives.
Kind of slow. We can try it.
He also absolutely flourished in pass protection, dominating even decorated D linemen. He'd stonewall you, knock your helmet off, then kick that shit away and let you hear about it. And while the Falcons ran the ball way less than everyone else every year June Jones was head coach, When they did keep it on the ground, they thoroughly pounded defenses. Their opponent often lined up with a light box featuring just one linebacker in a dime defense with 6 defensive backs sprayed all over the field to match up with the 4 Falcon wideouts. For Ironhead, that was taking candy from a baby other than Maggie Simpson. He was the hammer for those poor little human DB males who were often giving up 50+ pounds in their collisions. In 1995, despite not carrying the ball as much as a lot of his running back brethren in more traditional offenses, because his yardage per carry was alongside some all-time greats near the top of that year's leaderboard, he was still able to rush for nearly 1,100 yards, which helped earn him an invitation to the Pro Bowl to cap that memorable season. A little over 10 years later, Hayward tragically passed away from a recurring brain tumor at just 39 years old. And while his son Cam has carved out one hell of a career himself up in Pittsburgh, the Hayward name will also always have a strong legacy in Atlanta, where Ironhead will be forever beloved.
Mothership?
None of the Gene Jones Falcons teams set the NFL on fire, but they do claw themselves to an 8-7 record entering the last game of the 95 season. Their old roommates, the Braves, have just brought the first ever championship to Atlanta. And hey, maybe the Falcons can make some magic too. They can lock in a playoff spot with one more win. But that win will have to come against the Super Bowl champion.
Oh, wow.
During the thick of the dynasty that
was
will not end. Future Hall of Famer
insane
Joe
exit.
spent most of the 80s beating on the Falcons, and then future Hall of Famer Steve Young showed up and beat him up some more. Along with the Cowboys, the 49ers were NFL royalty. And just like the Cowboys who knocked the Falcons out of the playoffs in 1978 and 1980, it was now the Niners' job to get these punks off the lawn. Down 21-10, everything feels hopeless after Jeff George gets planted into the Georgia Dome turf. I sat on it one time while attending a Billy Graham crusade, and I can confirm that shit was not comfortable. George is knocked out in favor of Bobby Hebert, who stuck around as a backup after George took his starting job. There have been a lot of Falcons fans who preferred Hebert all along. Even the Niners felt the need to stick their thumb in it, with defensive end Ricky Jackson just coming out and saying that Bobby Hebert was a great quarterback and Jeff George was a guy they weren't scared of. This Christmas Eve, everyone in the house was pulling for Bobby, and Bobby played Santa Claus. First down the chimney was a touchdown strike to Terrence Mathis in the back of the end zone that briefly gave the Falcons the lead. Then, down once again in the final minutes, Hebert converts a 4th and 5 by staying cool in the pocket and finding Metcalf to keep hopes alive. The next play, he's not as fortunate. The pocket collapses and forces him out. In this instant, it has to be tempting to roll all the way out, pick up a few yards, and step out of bounds. After all, it's first down and there's still about 2 minutes on the clock. That would be the smart play, unless you're capable of this. With defenders all around Terrence Mathis, he finds him deep. Mathis, like Hebert, wants to eat the entire thing in one bite. He stiff-arms Eric Davis, stiff-arms Dedrick Dodge, sticks the ball out, and crash lands into the end zone, giving Atlanta a 28-27 lead. The 49ers have no answer on their final possession. Ball game. Fans understandably clamored for Bobby Hebert to start. This was a little bit unfair to George, who'd assembled 4 game-winning drives that season, had pretty good numbers, and was playing pretty well before he was knocked out. Without much of a second thought, Jones stuck with George. In retrospect, though, probably wouldn't have mattered. Because the following week, the Falcons were up against a quarterback who was in a different class entirely. Brett Favre bombed the Falcons secondary with 3 touchdown passes, and his Packers won 37-20 in a game that never felt close. Atlanta Journal-Constitution columnist Steve Hummer captured the feeling well. Who were these Falcons? Nobody knows. Now they're gone. It felt like the end, he said, and he was right. A year later,
I'll take that ball
Brett
for
Favre would lead
once.
the Packers to the Super Bowl win the Falcons had spent 3 decades chasing. What's most tragic is that Favre didn't come from nowhere. He wasn't a diamond in the rough. He didn't have to go to Green Bay to learn how to be great. His talents were known. The explanation Jerry Glanville would later give is that Favre couldn't stay sober, and implied that he intentionally did him a favor by sending him to Green Bay to shape up. Yes, Jerry, Wisconsin, a state where famously no one ever drinks alcohol. Glanville just got it wrong. In one of the most consequential misjudgments of talent in NFL history, he failed to see that in Favre, an eventual 3-time MVP and no doubt Hall of Famer, he had one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Once again, it's tempting to imagine how different this team's history might have been. The Niners and Cowboys would soon give way to new powers, one being Brett Favre's Packers. The window was open for the Falcons, and they missed it. These were the team's wildest years yet, but the Atlanta Falcons were only beginning to demonstrate their ability to astound, in one direction or another, for one reason or another. Through alternating stabilizations and free falls, they'd finished drawing the arc of the wing. It was now time to trace the rest of it. But it's the evening out that's always the most complicated.
224.
Jesse Tuggle had been around for all of this.
Oh yeah, Tuggle.
He was born in Griffin, Georgia, about an hour's drive south of downtown Atlanta, and was about 3 months old the day the Falcons were founded. He grew up a huge Falcons fan, taking in the heroics of Claude Humphrey, Steve Bartkowski, and Alfred Jenkins, and was inspired to play football himself. True to how these stories often go, he was told he wasn't tall enough to go very far in football. Tuggle ended up attending Valdosta State with the simple intention of getting his bachelor's degree. On the side, he played linebacker for their Division II football program that had only been around a couple of years. He was too small, his school was too small, no NFL team ever bothered to scout him, and he went undrafted. Tuggle had to thread the needle to find his way to the NFL. During a chance encounter with then Falcons coach Marion Campbell, Valdosta State coach Mike Cavan insisted that this guy nobody had ever heard of was the real deal. Begged him to give Tuggle a shot in training camp, and there's a bonus. He lives just south of Atlanta, so you won't have to buy him a plane ticket. The Falcons ultimately gave Tuggle their very last roster spot, and what followed was one of the greatest careers an Atlanta Falcon has ever had. Despite his 5 Pro Bowl appearances, he was generally an unknown to fans outside Atlanta, but every last ball carrier in the NFL knew him and feared him. His tackles looked like car accidents. In this 1991 game against the Saints, running back Fred McAfee comes at Tuggle at a full gallop and stops as though he ran into a concrete wall. By all accounts, Tuggle is a very nice man, but you wouldn't know it from some of his greatest hits. Here in the late 80s, we see him manhandling the great Roger Craig with the impatience, embarrassment, and fury of a security guard taking down a streaker. These two men were about the same height and weight, but it was as though Tuggle had the ability to double his size at will. Tuggle destroyed beautiful works of art before they could be finished. Anyone who's watched Barry Sanders highlights knows this could be the beginning of something breathtaking. But in comes Tuggle like a local news reporter knocking over an ice sculpture. He immediately and completely throws the brakes on the most elusive player in history. There were just no easy answers for his level of determination. This determination came from what he felt was his mission. Jesse Tuggle was not a football player. He was an Atlanta Falcon. After first suiting up in '87, he'd experienced all those years of ceaseless losing. He'd seen the vanishing flickers of hope offered in the early '90s. Through it all, he stayed, refusing to entertain the idea of ever playing for another team. He wanted to go to the Super Bowl with these Falcons, no matter how impossible and distant that always seemed. Now, in his 10th year, that seemed more distant than ever. In 1996, everything else in Atlanta was on the up and up. The city hosted the Summer Olympic Games, which still 25 years down the road doesn't seem real. The Braves won their 4th National League pennant of the decade. The Hawks were a really fun team that actually found a way to give the legendary 72-10 Bulls a run for their money when they did. In November, Atlanta's own Evander Holyfield TKO'd Mike Tyson to win the WBA heavyweight title. Culturally speaking, Atlanta was shifting the center of gravity just a little bit toward the south. with Outkast releasing AT Aliens, a landmark album that stands as one of the most wildly innovative and influential artistic works of the 90s. The only real tie the Falcons had to any of this was in their great longtime offensive tackle, Bob Whitfield, who founded the studio in which the hit single from AT Aliens was recorded. They called it Elevators. It was a track in which Andre and Big Boy sort of processed their rapid rise to fame. And the fact that they made it plural sticks with me. It wasn't the elevator. Not everybody rides together. Sometimes your elevator is just the same as ours. Sometimes it's not. Every other elevator in town is going up. 96, we're going down.
Dude, what is with these fucking shotguns?
Now, as always, they existed independent from everything around them. They were oblivious of and impervious to anything happening outside their hermetically sealed habitat. The Falcons dropped all of their first 8 games, but the wheels came off in week 4. In the third quarter, with the Falcons down 23-10 to the Eagles in the Georgia Dome, head coach Jon Bois finally gave the fans what they wanted. Surly starting quarterback Jeff George was out. Fan-favorite Bobby Hebert was in. The crowd was enthusiastic to a degree that actually makes me feel kind of bad for George.
And here's Bobby Hebert and the reaction of a few folks who are here.
They had the signs ready and everything.
Wow.
Minutes later, in front of a national television audience the Falcons rarely ever got, George and Jones were seen jawing at each other. This short clip was all anyone talked about the rest of the week, and it was the last time George would be seen in the Falcons uniform. Hebert threw 3 interceptions to finish out the game. That year, he led the NFL in picks despite not even playing the first 2 games. Their listless offense, coupled with their NFL worst defense, resulted in a 3-13 record that got Jones fired. That sideline blow-up destroyed the team's morale. Tuggle, in particular, had an awful time of it. So much so that he almost left the team. And since he couldn't consider himself as anything other than a Falcon, that would have meant retiring. Still at the peak of his abilities. The Atlanta Falcons had gone bust yet again. It was time to build what seemed at first like yet another sandcastle.
To try and figure a way out of the abyss, Atlanta sought someone who was philosophically 180 degrees different from Jones, leading them to hire Dan Reeves in 1997 as both head coach and personnel czar. The ink wasn't yet dry from Reeves signing on the dotted line
Okay,
before
3-2.
he chucked the run and shoot out the
Hopefully
window
have
in
them
favor
away.
of a system that could win deep in the playoffs. The Falcons were desperate for a taste of Super Bowl success, and Reeves was someone who'd been there plenty. Of the 30 Super Bowls that had been played at the time Atlanta hired him, Reeves had participated in 8 of them from his time in Dallas and Denver. 20 years before finally coming back home to Georgia, Reeves, then on the Cowboys coaching staff, had actually wanted and interviewed for the open Falcons job, but when they couldn't agree to terms, Lehman Bennett got it instead. Remaining in Dallas, Reeves coordinated those Cowboy offenses that beat Bennett's Falcons to end each of their first 2 playoff runs. Now in complete charge of the team, Reeves had a ton of work to do to get ready for the 97 season, starting with welcoming the concept of tight ends and 2-back
Please go away.
formations back to Atlanta's
Goodbye.
offense. While
Never come
developing
back.
a strong defense and ground game was no longer an afterthought to the organization, Reeves acknowledged the importance of complementing that with a competent passing game. Only one problem. The Falcons employed 0 quarterbacks. Over in Houston, developments were transpiring that would make a starter available. The Oilers had gone 7-9 and 8-8 over the last 2 seasons with Chris Chandler under center. With such mediocrity unacceptable to coach Jeff Fisher and young quarterback Steve McNair ready to blossom, Chandler became expendable. Back in 1988, the University of Washington product was the first quarterback taken in the draft, though he struggled for his first several years, quickly becoming a journeyman who bounced around the league. Slowly but surely, however, by the end of the 96 season in Houston, Chandler had been showing signs of progress. Enough for Reeves to swoop in and send a couple picks to Houston for him, and to be immediately installed as his starting quarterback. The 1997 season was a year to lay the foundation, and growing pains were inevitable as they dropped each of their first 5 games of the season. But Chandler provided the kind of passing game Reeves was looking for moving forward. Low volume, but able to capitalize when the defense fears the run game. While 21 other quarterbacks threw more passes than he did, arguably no one but 49ers quarterback Steve Young was more efficient than Chris Chandler.
Wow.
They finished the 97 season at 7-9, which is just about the best anyone had hoped for year one of Dan Reeves' long-term project of returning the Atlanta Falcons to respectability. That seemed like the goal, right? Reeves was the exact opposite of Jerry Glanville, a dignified statesman with a relatively conventional game plan who didn't seek attention and came back to his home state of Georgia for one last ride. Chris Chandler seemed to have realized his potential as a quarterback who was efficient, which is a compliment you give to your furnace. Jesse Tuggle would get to play out the rest of his Falcons career with a team he could feel good about. It was finally time for the Falcons to become a normal football team. Nobody raised an eyebrow when former AJC columnist Len Pasquarelli ranked them 18th and predicted they might squeak their way to 9-7 if every last thing broke their way. Seems reasonable, right? Nope. 14-2.
Holy shit. 14-2. Wow.
A record so rare that to this day, nearly half the teams in the NFL have never done it. The Falcons had never done it before, and they have never done it since. At age 33, Jesse Tuggle played the best season of his career. Guys like him, safety Eugene Robinson, and ballhawk Ray Buchanan led a defense that forced more turnovers than any other squad in the NFL. On the fun side of the ball, Chandler had suddenly become a top-tier quarterback and benefited from two 1,000-yard receivers in Tony Martin and Terrence Mathis. But the team's best player, the heart and soul and lead choreographer of these 1998 Falcons, was this man.
Dirty Bird.
Because I never had to try to tackle Jamal Anderson, what I most remember about him is that the dude was always smiling. He gave himself lots of reasons to. In '94, the Falcons selected the running back out of Utah all the way down in the 7th and final round. Anderson was surrounded by greatness since the very beginning. His father, James, had worked as a longtime bodyguard for Muhammad Ali, who was actually there in the waiting room when Jamal was born. Donna Summer would read him bedtime stories. Richard Pryor would let him come over and tear around his house in roller skates. Due to his dad's line of work, Anderson was constantly in the presence of royalty growing up, and if anyone suggested that he himself would not be royalty, he was always happy to politely correct him. During rookie orientation, when he realized he was number 4 on the running back depth chart, he simply took a marker and drew an arrow to put his name on top. While many notes from an editor are short-sighted and unnecessary, just ask Alex, this one was absolutely correct. In '98, Anderson rushed for 1,846 yards, something that to this day only 15 other players have ever done. It's more incredible when we consider this season came from a 7th rounder. No running back selected this late in any draft has had a season like this, or anything close to it. That season, including the playoffs, he was handed the ball a staggering 480 times, which still stands as an NFL record. In the regular season, just about half of all the Falcons' offensive plays involved either handing Anderson the ball or throwing it to him, and those yards did not come easy. Watch here as the first Patriots defender engages with Anderson at the 38-yard line. What follows feels like this decades-long boondoggle of a public works project. By the end of it, multiple governors are facing racketeering charges, and Anderson has carried half the New England Patriots to the 50-yard line. Anderson had terrific moves for a guy his size. Of course, we have to make note of the Dirty Bird, the end zone dance that came to define these Falcons. It emerged early in their 37-15 rout of the Rams in Week 9. Anderson had actually made up this dance during his time in Utah, but now it had a name, thanks to the fan who had spent the last couple years faithfully buying tickets to innumerable Falcons losses and hanging up a Dirty Bird sign he'd made. In a feel-good turn of events, this die-hard Falcons fan was able to trademark the term and sell a few t-shirts after the dance's ensuing popularity. In an even more feel-good turn of events, the plucky upstarts at the NFL took on the big, bad, fan of theirs by deviously maneuvering to buy an already registered trademark from a Nebraska biker gang and sicking lawyers on him to halt his operation.
Wow.
None of that was Anderson's
so
idea,
rude.
of course, and besides, his best moves were seen on the green part of the grass. He delivered one of the best stiff arms a player's ever had. And on several occasions throughout his career, he threw 2 on the same play. There's Stephen Boyd, 250 pounds. Much easier as Corey Raymond at 185 pounds. Here at 96, he completely shuts down 290-pound Hall of Famer John Randall and immediately hits the button again on Corey Fuller, 220 pounds. And skipping ahead to 2000 against the Panthers, he puts 1 on Rashard Anderson. Then all the way down the field, he gives another stiff arm to, Eugene Robinson. More on him later. Anyway, the Panthers actually managed to knock the ball out, only to crash land in their own end zone and suffer a safety. Most of the time, you just could not win against Jamal Anderson. He was magic. And clearly, so was the Dirty Bird. The day he introduced it, the Falcons took the elevator from 5-2 all the way to 14-2. To this day, the best record in Falcons history. The playoffs lay ahead. But before we get there, let's stop to talk about one of their 2 losses, which came against the Jets in Week 8. This was arguably the most Falcons game of the season, in the sense that it was out of place, unexpected, and had absolutely nothing to do with anything else around it. Chandler had been knocked out of the previous game with a shoulder injury he was still nursing, so Dan Reeves turned around and gave the start to... oh no. In my second period class the next day, my friends were talking about how Steve DeBerg, the Steve DeBerg, had just played in an honest-to-God NFL football game in the year 1998. At first I didn't believe him. When you're a kid, the years feel a whole lot longer, and second grade seemed like eons ago. That was when I watched an already old, age 37 Steve DeBerg lead the Chiefs to the playoffs. He retired in 1993 at age 39, then immediately stepped into a time machine and traveled 5 years into the future, which explains why he showed up in the year 1998 insisting to everybody that he was still 39. Sure, Steve DeBerg was a 44-year-old liar who hadn't played football in 5 years, but all of that was zeroed out by the quality the Falcons treasure the very most. He was a guy they remembered from a long time ago. Reeves had coached him during his days in Denver, worked with him in New York, and thought he was really smart. Done deal. DeBerg was named the Falcons' backup quarterback, and when Chandler went down, DeBerg was shoved out there at 44 years, 279 days of age, becoming the oldest starting quarterback in NFL history to this day. His numbers were pretty bad, but they don't tell the whole story. Witness the heart of a champion in this clip, which we have selected entirely at random. Watch as he heroically remains upright. Okay, we should have picked a different clip. This one's on me. Before long, the Falcons found themselves losing 28-3. No one can come back from a score like that, least of all an aging quarterback. But this would be the last game the Falcons would lose for a long, long time.
Once Chandler returned the following week, the Falcons became the first team since the merger to win each of their final 9 regular season games by at least a touchdown. This was a squad entering the postseason red hot. Their 14 overall wins spun into a first-round bye and the first ever playoff game at the Georgia Dome in the divisional round against their NFC West rival San Francisco 49ers, with whom they split their 2 regular season matchups. Less than a month removed from undergoing quadruple bypass open heart surgery in mid-December, Reeves was back on the sideline for the Falcons.
Quadruple bypass, Jesus.
The very first postseason play in the building ends in utter disaster for the visitors. Garrison Hurst, the Niners' all-pro tailback, takes a handoff and bursts through a hole on the left side where his left foot gets firmly planted and stuck in the dome's artificial turf as his body gets violently twisted, shattering his ankle. From there, the Falcons smell blood. Their defense smothers the Niners for most of the first half, while Jamal Anderson carries the offense on his back with a short first-quarter touchdown run and a long second-quarter touchdown run that he caps with an acrobatic, soaring leap from the 4-yard line to give his squad a 14-0 lead. On San Francisco's ensuing drive, Atlanta should have upped that lead to 21 when defensive end Chuck Smith comes away with this backwards lateral live ball and takes it all the way back for an apparent touchdown, only for the officials to inexplicably hand the ball back to the Niners, claiming running back Terry Kirby secured possession and was down by contact before the ball popped free. That gift is a wake-up call for quarterback Steve Young and the Niner offense, who 2 plays later convert a 3rd and 23, which leads to Jerry Rice beating Ray Buchanan to cut the Falcon lead in half with just over a minute remaining till halftime. Chandler tries to quickly respond, but a tipped pass and pick sets San Francisco up in primo field position, where they tack on a field goal to shrink Atlanta's lead to just 4, when a 21-point margin seemed awfully likely only a few minutes earlier. In the third quarter, Atlanta's close to losing the lead when Young tries to force a pass into double coverage that Eugene Robinson graciously appreciates.
What is with these arrows?
After a couple field goals by their star 17-year vet place kicker Morton Anderson, The Falcons are in real strong shape late in regulation.
Here's an interesting question that has stumped NFL scouts for decades. Is it important to know what football is before playing football? The answer is no. Instead, you should be like Morten Andersen, who at age 17 was a foreign exchange student from Denmark who noted that his interest included football. Of course, he meant association football, aka soccer, but his host family thought he meant American football. When they took him to a game, he was bewildered. He'd never seen this sport before, and he had no idea what he was even looking at. But he wandered into his high school team's practice shortly thereafter, tried kicking the ball a few times, and was clearly really, really good at it. Andersen played roughly 7 million seasons. He played 6 of them for the Falcons, bounced around the NFL for a while, and returned to Atlanta to play some more at ages 46 and 47. By the time he announced his retirement on December 8, 2008, he was older than President-elect Barack Obama. And this guy, who had never even seen a football game until he was old enough to drive, went on to score the second most points of any player in NFL history. Okay, let's watch some more football, a sport that makes absolutely no sense.
The Niners are facing a
23
third
seconds.
down, outside field goal range, down 2 scores with only a few minutes on the clock. But Atlanta allows a big play on a quick slant that sets up a Steve Young touchdown run. And they clearly didn't work hard enough during the week on defending emergency 2-point conversion attempts. Even though a field goal now beats them, the Falcons are still in great shape. With possession of the
153.
ball on third down, less than a minute left, and the 49ers out of timeouts. Just gotta keep the clock moving, milk another 40 seconds, and punt the ball away with something like 10 or 15 ticks left. Jamal Anderson did not get the memo. The Falcons are trying their best to blow this game, leaving enough time for about 6 or 7 plays for Young to engineer a miraculous game-winning field goal drive. But ultimately, a harmless Hail Mary runs out the clock as the Falcons have hung on to advance to their very first NFC Championship game in franchise history. As a 10-year-old kid whose entire world revolved around the Niners, falling just short after losing arguably their most valuable non-quarterback to a devastating injury on the game's very first play broke my heart into a billion tiny pieces, demolishing it far worse than any woman ever could. Anyway, the Falcons would quickly have to turn the page because on deck was a trip to Minnesota for a date with a 15-1 Vikings squad quarterbacked by Randall Cunningham. Pretty clearly the NFL's top QB in '98.
That team was good.
He was throwing passes to rookie Randy Moss, who tore the league up and happened to have a Hall of Famer still in his prime opposite him. And when defenses were terrified of that aerial attack, they could simply hand the ball to one of the game's best tailbacks, Robert Smith. Their offense did whatever they wanted all season, becoming the first team to ever score at least 24 points
too
in
fast
every
tempo
game.
levels,
They were also the first team to ever top 550 points on this season, and no one in well over a decade had even come close. But to make them even more fun to play against, they also had a great defense. That meant a point differential of plus 260 when no one else was even at plus 200. Frankly, most years no one hits plus 200, and zooming out to everyone since the merger also reveals that Washington, by a single point in 1991, had been the only team with a better one. And since that 98 season, up through the 2020 conclusion of the 16-game era, only the 99 Rams and 07 Pats did so.
No!
It is unequivocal that the Vikes had just played one of the most dominant regular seasons ever. The Falcons stand just one win away from punching their ticket to Miami for a berth in Super Bowl 33. But even for a team that's had as wonderful a season as they have, this is a daunting task. But the 11-point underdogs get off to a perfect start, taking the opening kickoff right down the field where Chandler connects with Anderson for the early 7-0 lead.
It's a nice sling.
However, the most explosive offense the NFL had ever seen quickly strikes back thanks to Moss, the most explosive young receiver the NFL had ever seen, dominating early. First by drawing a 30-yard pass interference on Buchanan before Cunningham finds Moss on a toe-tapping deep post to tie the game.
Ow.
Early in the second quarter, Atlanta's down 3 when Minnesota's safeties combined for a turnover with Orlando Thomas ripping the ball away from Falcons tight end O.J. Santiago and Robert Griffith scooping it up. The next play, Vikings offensive coordinator Brian Billick dials up a nifty little fake reverse screen pass to Moss that he turns into another big play. 4 straight runs get the ball down to Atlanta's 1-yard line, where Cunningham sneaks it in to put the Vikings up 10. With 68 seconds to play in the second quarter, Atlanta appears likely to go into halftime down 13 when a Chuck Smith strip sack is just what the doctor ordered to get the Falcons back in the game. They immediately capitalize with a Chandler touchdown pass to Terrence Mathis to pull him within 6 at the half. The only third quarter scoring is a Morton Anderson field goal that cuts the deficit to just 3. But another Cunningham scoring toss early in the fourth quarter pushes it back to 10. Facing a must-have 3rd and long on their next drive, Chandler uncorks a beautiful deep ball right into speedster Tony Martin's mitts to set up a field goal. And they later have the ball down 7, driving deep in Viking territory with a chance to tie the game when they go for it on 4th down, only to come up empty. The Vikings take the ball and move it all the way to the Falcons' 21, where the drive stalls, but who cares? Because there are only 2 minutes remaining, so the Vikings can all but clinch a trip to Miami with a successful field goal here. And they have Mr. Perfect to kick him there. Like the Falcons, the Vikings employ their own star 17-year veteran place kicker named Anderson, only theirs has just had the greatest kicking season in NFL history. In 1998, Gary Anderson attempted 35 field goals and hit every single one, not to mention all 59 of his extra point tries. Before then, not only had no one else who'd ever attempted even 20 field goals in a season gone without a miss, but no other kicker with at least 30 attempts missed fewer than 3 in a season. So percentage-wise, no one had ever even come close to perfection. This is also only a 38-yard attempt, and it's in a dome. So yeah, the Falcons are dead meat as this foregone conclusion of a kick soars toward the uprights and veers about 6 inches wide left. The Falcons are back from the dead. Chandler then leads Atlanta downfield, but he bangs up his shin pretty good on a scramble. Though he stays in the game, his next pass gets deflected where Griffith nearly secures the pick that would have ended the Falcons season. Instead, the next play, Chandler rifles a bullet to Mathis, who hangs on through the tight coverage and hit from Griffith to tie the game. Perhaps spooked by the strip sack at the end of the first half, Vikings coach Dennis Green plays for overtime, neatly having Cunningham take a knee with 30 seconds still on the clock and 2 timeouts in his pocket.
New profile picture? Yeah, sorta. Hi Carl, how's it going? Thanks for the good luck. Oh, I guess, yeah, new profile picture on the stream.
Atlanta loses the overtime coin toss and
documentary
thus has to
in the bottom
start
left
the
as well.
sudden death frame on defense. They quickly get off the
eggplant
field
going.
when a third
Finally.
down pass to Moss is deflected by Lester Archambault and broken up by Buchanan. The Falcons ultimately punt it back, and again the Vikings call Moss's number on 3rd and long, this time way downfield, one-on-one with an apparent step on Robinson, who's in just good enough position to save the day on an underthrown ball and get the ball back to the Falcons offense. That was the 13th pass thrown to Moss in the game. And at this point, it's worth noting what a monumental job Atlanta's defense has done since the second quarter. Remember that screen pass to Moss that helped set up Cunningham's touchdown? That was Cunningham's 6th pass to him, and those first 6 passes produced 5 completions for 71 yards and a touchdown. And that's not even including that 30-yard pass interference he drew. The ensuing 7 passes to Moss produced 1 completion for 4 yards. Facing a Vikings offense that scored nearly 3/5 of a point per minute throughout the regular season, the Falcons' D has now held him to just 7 points, going back over 39 minutes of game time. They just need one more score from the offense to pull
I probably
off
should have taken one of those altars
upsets in NFL postseason history. They cross midfield on a pinpoint pass from Chandler to Santiago, and a few running plays works the ball down to, ironically, virtually the exact location where Gary Anderson missed his kick near the end of regulation. And now, after 33 long years,
Anderson is good. He knows it. They know it.
Morton Anderson has kicked the Atlanta Falcons into the 33rd Super Bowl.
This is tragic for the Vikings, who in 1998 are unquestionably one of the best teams ever assembled, and who, as of 2020, have never won a Super Bowl. But that's a story for another time.
Where is the altar? Please give me one. Oh, come on. There's no way, right?
This is a miraculous ascent for Jesse Tuggle, who's been a Falcon either in spirit or in uniform his entire life, and has never once seen them get close to a Super Bowl. For Chris Chandler, a guy once typecast as a mediocre journeyman after a decade bouncing from losing team to losing team.
Yeah, I don't think
for
it's
Jamal
here.
Anderson, suddenly a superstar after barely even being drafted in the first place. And for Dan Reeves, who'd come up empty in 3 chances to win a Super Bowl, and probably never imagined he'd get a 4th. A great Super Bowl narrative ought to have 2 things: intrigue and stupid bullshit. First off, the stupid bullshit. Upon the team's arrival in Miami, Coach Reeves has the idea of showing respect to the team's tenured veterans and Pro Bowlers by allowing them to leave the plane first. So for instance, Terrence Mathis, the guy who barely missed the 10-year cutoff and didn't get a Pro Bowl invite despite leading the Falcons in receiving yards and playing a major part in resurrecting Chris Chandler's career? Sorry, stay put while all the hotshots go first. It's true that this is a dumb thing to care about because they have no connecting flights to catch and they're all going to the same hotel anyway, but it's also true that people are at their most cranky when they're trying to get off an airplane. And using this moment to establish some kind of weird class system seems like a particularly bad idea. On top of this, it's very hard for me to imagine that Reeves accounted for seat assignment when he schemed this up, and it's very easy for me to imagine a situation in which someone like Mathis has to get up, let someone like veteran Eugene Robinson get past him, and sit back down and stew in his discontent. And in fact, Mathis is pretty unhappy about the designation of more important and less important people. It's a dumb little thing, but it's understandable that he doesn't like the message it sends. Meanwhile, Robinson, one of the players who gets to disembark first, is very proud to be a special guy who gets to demonstrate leadership by showing everyone else how to walk off of an airplane. It's true that at this time, Robinson is one of the NFL's most respected nobles. He's a God-fearing man who holds a terrific reputation off the field for his charitable work, and in recognition he's been nominated for the Bart Starr Award. He's also a crucial leader for a Falcons team with very few players who have been anywhere near the Super Bowl. Robinson played in Super Bowls 31 and 32 for the Packers, making this his third straight appearance. And he makes sure to warn his teammates against the pitfalls associated with it. No hard partying. No distractions of any kind.
I fucked that.
Get things done. After Mathis expresses his disapproval over the airplane debacle, Robinson takes him to task, declaring that he won't tolerate such a pointless distraction at such a crucial moment.
Folks, it's been brought to my attention that we have ourselves a goody two-shoes on board with us today. If you want to give him a round of applause when you see him. Thank you for your service, sir.
Plain stuff blows over pretty quickly. The true intrigue lies, of course, in the Atlanta Falcons' quest for the first ever championship. But it also lies within an ancient feud between their coach and their opponent.
Okay, well... Fail plants.
During his 12 years with the Denver Broncos, Dan Reeves was the master of coaching teams that went to the Super Bowl and got their asses beat. In Super Bowl 21, they lost by 19 points. In Super Bowl 22, they got rinsed by a 32-point margin. And in Super Bowl 24, they were completely disassembled by the 49ers, 55-10. In what stands today as the worst defeat in Super Bowl history. Reeves just couldn't ever get his eventual Hall of Fame quarterback, John Elway, to the promised land. Elway stayed a Bronco after Reeves left. Well into his 30s, the Broncos were stuck in mediocrity, and it seemed like a done deal that he'd go in the books as yet another great athlete who never won a title. And here's where it gets good. Mike Shanahan was Reeves' former assistant in Denver. The two were on good terms for quite a while, but they soured on each other for reasons that are kind of tough to sort out entirely. While playing under Reeves, Elway began to feel a little stifled, and the two aren't getting along. At the same time, Shanahan, the offensive coordinator, got in good with Elway. It was also suspected that the Broncos owner saw Shanahan as Reeves' eventual successor. None of this sat well with Reeves, who used his authority to buck the owner and fire Shanahan. Although Reeves did try to smooth things over with Elway by letting him call the plays, there was no resolving anything after that. Though Elway claimed that he never forced the issue, the choice seemed clear. Either Reeves was going or he was. The Broncos sided with Elway. Reeves was fired, and wouldn't you know it, a couple years later they went and hired Shanahan as head coach. It wasn't long before Shanahan and Elway teamed up to win Super Bowl 32. To take home that championship, Reeves was never able to get him. Reeves normally prefers to keep things quiet, but in the days leading up to the game, the media knows exactly how to push his buttons. After days of sensational framing and peppering Reeves with questions, the dam finally breaks. One writer describes the January 21st news conference as Reeves' personal catharsis. He didn't like Elway and Shanahan going on vacation together back in the day, he said. He suspected that Shanahan had fed Elway intel from the coaches' meetings, and that the two were cutting him out of the picture and drawing up players together on the side. And this is where Reeves explicitly lays it out. He fired Shanahan for insubordination. This is all against him. Coaches generally don't want to give the press anything. They leave it all in the past. But Reeves just keeps going. This saga from years and years ago still hurts him. It's something he'll never be able to let go of. He'd be willing to play golf with Elway and Shanahan, but wouldn't have dinner with them, which is the most cutting insult in a native Georgian's arsenal. Dan Reeves is fully on board. He spends the ensuing days trying to downplay the issue, but it's clear that no coach has ever wanted to win a Super Bowl more than this guy wants to win this one. Shanahan and Elway might have won one before he did, but a win here would let everyone know who was the boss, who was right all along.
Dumb as hell. So dumb.
But the hell with all that, right? This is the Falcons story, not the Broncos. The Broncos, having won it all last year, are old news. The Falcons are ready to take this story right back, having risen from the ashes and pulled off one of the greatest upsets in recent memory. They've got a fierce defense led by guys like Ray Buchanan, who, because this game doesn't have enough sideshows, has spent days trading barbs with Broncos tight end Shannon Sharp. Sharp is one of the greatest shit-talkers in NFL history. Before a game against the Chiefs earlier this season, he found out the phone number of Kansas City linebacker Derek Thomas's girlfriend and spent the final drive of the game reciting it over and over, a tactic that proved so effective that the entire team spontaneously combusted on national television. Buchanan is trying to get out in front of this one, telling Sharp that he looks like a horse and calling him Mr. Ed, and guaranteeing a win for the underdog Falcons. Between the trash talk, the bad blood, the dumb controversies, the dirty bird, and the head coach who really wasn't good at doing the dirty bird but was trying his best, this was shaping up to be one of the most intriguing Super Bowls ever played. Hey, Eugene? How you doing back there? Everything good? No. The man of faith? The good guy award winner? The fearless team leader who scolded his teammates against creating distractions? The very special airplane man?
Very special airplane.
At 9 p.m. Saturday, Eugene Robinson is arrested and charged with soliciting sex from an undercover officer. He's later offered a diversion program that allows him to avoid entering a plea. He was looking for consensual sex between adults, and throwing people in jail for that doesn't help anybody, least of all
What is
sex
happening?
workers. And this wouldn't be anyone else's
I'm bored,
business.
so I'm watching a documentary at the
Robinson
same
himself
time.
hadn't spent God knows how long preaching against exactly this. And
Also,
sometimes,
hi, Clyde.
as
How's
he
it going?
himself will acknowledge from this point forward, there are some things you just cannot do. Robinson is quickly released from jail, but he's racked with guilt. He stays up the whole night crying, praying, and being consoled by teammates. He doesn't get a minute of sleep, but he insists to Reeves that he's good to go. And so the Falcons start a defensive back in the Super Bowl who, it would seem, hasn't slept in roughly 36 hours as of the opening kickoff. Well, there's that distraction we were warned about.
I've had 2 chances at sub 4.
All in all,
low percent
it was
tonight.
truly a Super Bowl to remember.
Kind of annoyed. A lot of bullshit at the end of Temple.
Are we gonna talk about the actual ball game? Personally, either way is cool with me.
Like the what? Oh, shit, yes. Also, there was a football game.
No, not sub 3, sub 4. Sub 3 is a long way away for low percent right now.
This matchup, overflowing with all that deep-cutting
Set the goal
personal
high.
bitterness, was also
The goal is
Reeves'
high.
9th overall of the 33 Super Bowls. His run-first offense had a monumental challenge going up against a Broncos defensive front that had allowed an absurdly low 88 yards on the ground across their 4 games leading into Super Sunday combined. Nevertheless, Jamal Anderson and a timely 25-yard pass interference helped scratch out enough yardage to lead Atlanta down inside the Denver 10, where a 3rd down Bill Romanowski sack on a blitz up the gut holds them to
that
3.
arrow.
But powered by their legendary quarterback and MVP
Trying.
2,000-yard tailback Terrell Davis, the Broncos work their way downfield where fullback Howard Griffith plunges in from a yard out for the score to take the 4-point lead. The next Falcons drive, Anderson comes up short on a 3rd and 1, and they have to punt, but
interesting
they quickly get the
location.
ball back thanks to an Elway pass bouncing off Shannon Sharp's shoulder. However, those short yardage yips continue and torpedo that scoring opportunity when Anderson gets stuffed on 3rd and 1,
Really?
and then 4th and 1. After a Broncos field goal makes the score 10-3, Atlanta again drives.
I don't know why I'm
down
doing this.
Denver's
I don't have
where
movement.
a 3rd down incompletion brings on their future Hall of Fame kicker for a chip shot 26-yarder to not pull them closer. In the ensuing commercial break, a technical difficulty results in the broadcast resuming mid-play. For a play the Broncos hadn't even installed in their game plan. They just drew it up on the sideline right before, like it was recess on the playground. Shanahan knows Robinson's vulnerable and has zero doubt that attacking him with a deep shot will expose him. Following a play fake, Elway bootlegs to his right, Rod Smith, given a free release by the corner playing an underneath zone, zooms by where he approaches a sleep-deprived Robinson who's caught completely flat-footed and turned around as Smith blows right past him on a post route for the crushing 80-yard touchdown and 14-point lead. If that didn't take the wind out of Atlanta's sails, a 4th foray inside Denver's 30 that still fails to yield a touchdown ought to do the trick. Another red zone field goal reduces their deficit to 11, but it also means that a quartet of very promising first half drives have combined to produce just 6 points. the Falcons are at least still able to lean on an outstanding field goal defense. After the unlikeliest of misses by Gary Anderson in their
Why is Carl
last
Sagan
game,
smiling at me?
the other Pro Bowl kicker that season was Denver's Jason Elam, and he pushes a couple third-quarter field goals wide. Perhaps that's the spark to pry the door open for Atlanta. They respond with their 5th drive of the game inside the Denver 30. As poorly as things have gone, if they can finally cap a possession with a touchdown here, they'll be down just 4 with over a quarter to play. That is when the big ol' left paw of Broncos defensive tackle Keith Traylor ruins everything. That sets up another Griffith 1-yard touchdown to push the Falcon deficit to 18 points. Next drive, what do you know? For the 6th time, they
What do you mean have any
crossed
content?
Denver's 30.
This is
and
the content.
Still, those 6 have produced just 6 points. When John Elway scores on a quarterback draw, that makes it a 25-point game. Since you can't come back from down 25 in the Super Bowl, the game can safely be called for Denver.
Oh, they made that joke?
Late
Jeez.
garbage time Falcon touchdowns. Far too little, far too late.
I did the thing. 1 game?
I would be lying if I said I
This-
was a Falcons fan my whole life.
This
No
thing has
one
been
is
going
ever
for like an
born
hour and a
immediately
half.
wakes up a fan
And
of a
then
certain
just
team.
now started
Building
talking about the
allegiance
whole
to a
game.
team comes through personal influence, whether through family, friends, media, or whatever. As a youngin', my allegiance was to winning. I was a bandwagon riding little shit. If the team was winning, that was my team. So when the Falcons had their magical 98-99 Dirty Bird season, I was there hitting the move every Sunday as a 6-year-old. That was up until halftime of the 1999 Super Bowl. Looking for a quick laugh and attention from my family as the Falcons already looked finished, I sprinted to my room, took off my little Falcons t-shirt, and swapped it out for an orange shirt. I hustled back into my living room and greeted my family with a hefty "Go Broncos." That greeting was
Rude.
returned with death stares. No one was amused in the slightest. And looking back on it, I understand why no one was entertained by that trollish act, even coming from a 6-year-old. My family had been through all the misery of staying faithful to that team. And there I was, ready to destroy their hopes. It hurt
Damn.
them. And from there, I really understood what it meant to be loyal to a team.
Duane Tuggle,
Yeah, these guys
Jesse's
make really
wife,
good
captured it perfectly
documentaries.
months later. It had
Secret
happened
Base.
so quickly and unexpectedly that it just didn't quite seem real, like it was an out-of-body experience for her. With the benefit of decades of hindsight, it seems even less real. After a long stretch of irrelevance, the Falcons had spent all year riding this exhilarating ascent to the Super Bowl, but there was no building off this loss. No sustained momentum. Not even a period of gradual decline. Instead, the bottom dropped out immediately. It was as though they were retreating right back to where they belonged, like they couldn't get there fast enough.
4-4.
Though most
Do
of
I
the
really
key
have only
figures
2
stuck
ropes?
around, like Dan Reeves and Chris
Wow,
Chandler,
that sucks.
Jamal Anderson played through many injuries and sat on the sideline through many more, and eventually retired before his 30th birthday. This is perhaps the greatest testament to his contributions. This season would not have happened without his superhuman effort. In the 2 years preceding '98, the Falcons went 3-13 and 7-9. In the 2 years following, they went 5-11 and 4-12. In these 4 surrounding seasons, not counting the Super Bowl season itself, that's a winning percentage of .297. If we run this same math for every other Super Bowl team through 2018, we find that the vast majority sit way above 500, with most well upwards of 600. In other words, these other teams that went to the Super Bowl...
Yeah, there is a
were
lot of
pretty
money
great
spent
before
on
that season
professional
and
sports, that
pretty
is
great
true.
after that season. Not so with the '98 Falcons, who are off in their own galaxy. Nothing before or after this season would suggest anything like this should have happened. It's like they were predestined.
But I'm a
to
sucker
succeed.
for
No matter how little
sports,
sense it made, this is
and
without
sports-adjacent
question,
documentaries.
and by a landslide, the most
I think they're really
out-of-nowhere
interesting.
Super Bowl appearance in
Or just
NFL
shows in
history.
general about it.
The game itself was just as strange. It was like a close game nested
Not
in a
necessarily
blowout,
movies.
nested in a close game. On the surface, the final score of 34-19 doesn't seem like that bad a loss, until you remember that 13 of those points came in garbage time. Dig a layer deeper though, and it's hard not to cringe. There was this enormous stretch lasting from the first quarter to the fourth, in which 5 of their 6 meaningful drives made it to the Broncos' 25-yard line. You should
How's it
probably
going, though,
expect
Cloud?
around 24 points out of that. You need to get like 17 at the bare minimum. The Falcons got 3. That's what lost it for them more than Eugene Robinson's performance. But because of how it happened, how avoidable it
37.
was, how easy it is to blame one person
Josh
for all your problems, and how satisfying it is to catch a hypocrite, it's usually
Yeah, I've
framed as
heard
though
of
it's
him. I know
mainly his
who
fault.
that is.
For Robinson's part, he completely owned it. He understood and accepted that everyone thought he was full of shit, top to bottom. And then he moved on as a person who made a really bad mistake one time. Though it upset some of his teammates at the time, many, including Terrence Mathis, have forgiven him and even defended him. Whatever the reason, however you prefer to allocate blame, the fact remained that yet another generation of Falcons legends would go by the boards without ever winning a championship. After the 2000 season, Jesse Tuggle retired. In his 14 years here, he'd witnessed and written the wildest chapters in the Falcons' history to this point. At first, they called first ever draft pick Tommy Nobis Mr. Falcon. Back
It's
when
3
no one
hours
had
at the
any
hairdresser?
idea what
Oh.
the Falcons would become, or how many spectacular personalities would come to
How's
define
it looking?
Just ahead, we're about to meet perhaps the most spectacularly gifted Atlanta Falcon who ever played, and a person America still struggles to fully process. But there's no doubt, Jesse Tuggle was, and is, the quintessential Atlanta Falcon.
DM, please. Winky face, smile. Man, that was a rude set of spikes.
You know what? We're now entering year number 40 of the Atlanta Falcons experiment, and we've never seen this team post winning records in even 2 consecutive seasons. Hasn't happened once. Every single winning season has been isolated. That's not really an issue of continuity either. The winning teams typically stay intact the following season, but for one reason or another, or maybe for no good reason at all, it just dips. Jim Mora, whose 2005 squad started 6-2, seemed destined to finally end this weird anomaly until their record turned perfectly inside out, landing them at 8-8. But that's what next year's are for.
13 games into the 2006 season, the Falcons were 7-6 and tied with the Giants and Eagles in a scrum for the 2 wildcard spots. And, sparked by that NFC Championship appearance in year 1, Mora was less than 9 months removed from landing a lucrative contract extension.
I'd like to see it,
Now
though,
he was
Cloud.
closing in on his second playoff berth in 3 seasons as Falcons head coach. Everything seemed to be going just dandy. That's when Mora decided to go on the radio. In mid-December, Mora conducted an interview with a Seattle radio station in which one of the hosts was his good buddy and former college roommate at the University of Washington, Hugh Millen. As the interview wound down, the idea of Mora becoming the head coach at his alma mater was broached. Now, if an angel and a devil were supposed to pop up on each shoulder in that moment to give him advice on how to handle those musings, then the angel was apparently just stuck in that Atlanta traffic. Mora cannonballed into his enthusiastic response like he was Kevin McAllister at the Plaza Hotel swimming pool. After acknowledging that the job wasn't even
funny because
vacant,
when
Mora
he did
could
go to
not
the-
contain himself
end up going
from
to
gushing
UW,
over just how badly
he shit the
wanted
bed.
that gig.
Wasn't
He
that good of a coach.
Even thrown a life raft when he was all teed up for a chance to say that would only be the case if he were available. He refused that life raft. Then he doubled down by saying it could even be right smack in the middle of a playoff run, and he'd still up and down. And as the coup de grace, he undermined future Jim's ability to later claim he was kidding. Which, of course, in his mea culpa, is exactly what he had to do. Now, UW is my alma mater too. I get it. It's a wonderful place. But Jim, you are currently an NFL head coach in the middle of an NFL season, It is 2 days before a huge primetime game against the Cowboys, and you are in the thick of the playoff picture while ostensibly possessing plenty of job security in the wake of that extension. And you still can't stop going on and on, fantasizing about another job that, again, still has its seat filled.
You sent me something?
What in
Oh,
the
my.
hell are you thinking? The damage was done. No putting the toothpaste back in that tube. The Falcons would go on to drop each of their final 3 games, miss the playoffs, and the day after the season ended, Mora was
Very
fired.
cute.
Sure,
I
his
like it.
goose was all but cooked with the radio segment,
I
but
like
the
it.
passing
like it a
stagnation
lot.
of Vic was another key element of Mora's demise. He'd brought Greg Knapp along with him from San Francisco as his offensive coordinator, and he wasn't really the right choice to nurture a talent like Vic. The two often clashed, and Vic never felt comfortable in Knapp's system. I've never seen a coach make the fourth quarter completely irrelevant.
Very.
Quite like
I liked it a lot.
In
yeah.
26 of his 48 regular season games, the Falcons were tied or winning
Feels
after
like it's on the
45
wrong
minutes.
number.
And they won
time.
all but one of them, with their winning percentage.
Yeah, this was on the wrong. This was on the wrong. It's a very cute jumpsuit. Wrong time on the YouTube video when it switched videos. There we go.
Newport News, Virginia is where they build our aircraft carriers. To construct just one of them costs several years and many billions
54.
of dollars. Even some of our government's most enthusiastic
So
warhawks openly
cute.
wonder why we build them. Once in a while, we'll wage a pretend war and daydream what full-scale conflict would be like, but we don't always like what we find. In 2002, around the time this story begins, the US military conducted an exercise, a simulated war with an Iran-like military. It ended with, well, we got our asses kicked, folks, no two ways about it. They sunk America's armada, including one of our beloved aircraft carriers, in 10 minutes' time. Hopefully, someone learned something. The days of the average American knowing what our military does all day, much less taking pride in it, are gone. There's a reason the line goes support the troops. It's an easy sell because many of us have
That
friends and
hackathon
loved ones
testing
who are in the
before I forget.
military, but as an institution, well, there's a reason
that
why the
happening
military
again?
spent so many years paying the NFL millions of dollars to let them perform flyovers before games. It seems as though our armed forces want just a little taste of the admiration we feel toward our athletes. Who's your favorite active military leader? What's the most recent military engagement you could get behind? Alright, here's an easier question. Who's your 22nd favorite active quarterback? You're absolutely right, it's Derek Carr. Whether you like this or think it's a good thing is an entirely separate question, but there's no two ways about it. The way we're supposed to feel about the military is the way we actually feel about our athletes. They're the heroes, the stewards of our hopes and dreams, the tactical geniuses, the builders of dynasties, the field generals, the conquerors, the ones who actually represent our ambitions and capture our imaginations. It's hard to miss the poetry of this. In the 1990s, around the time the $4.5 billion Nimitz-class Harry S. Truman was being laid down here, so many of those great American generals were rising through the ranks just on the other side of the highway, often scraping to get by financially. There was, of course, Bethel High School quarterback Allen Iverson, a transcendent football player who could seemingly do anything on the field he felt like doing. With a talent in town this radiant, it was tough to stand out if you were a kid like Aaron Brooks, who lived in the rough Ridley Circle neighborhood right near the shipyard. He played at Ferguson, a high school that was a few years away from closing down. Aaron would have a great game, throwing for 3 touchdown passes, only to lose in the shadow of Iverson, who was basically a one-man offense. Aaron was named quarterback of the All-District team, only for Iverson, who somehow also played defense just for the hell of it, to make the All-District team at defensive
And then
back.
go and play
Alright,
basketball
fine, let's switch to
professionally.
another sport. Aaron made the second All-District team in basketball, but, well, of course, there's Iverson, who made the first team. Turned out, Allen Iverson was good at basketball too. But Aaron kept at it, earned some attention, and eventually accepted a scholarship from the University of Virginia. He was a third-string bench warmer at first, but the fact remained, he'd made it. All the while, he had a younger cousin who watched intently. His cousin grew up a block away from Aaron, and a lot of the time you could find him fishing over at the pier a little up the road. This was a kid who listened more than he talked, who teachers described as a dream student, who tried to learn something, anything, any chance he could get. And when he was in 7th grade, he walked up to Aaron's coach, local legend Tommy Riemann, and told him he wanted to be just as good as Aaron.
Oh, that was a nice fall.
After After blossoming into a superstar in high school under Riemann, Michael Vick decided to stay close to home and attend Virginia Tech. Now, to say there had never been a quarterback as athletically gifted as Vick would be like saying a Beyoncé concert sounds more fun than a Gilbert Gottfried concert. It wasn't even fair to say Vick could move like a running back. In the history of organized football, nay, the history of the Milky Way galaxy, very few folks have had speed and elusiveness like his, which he combined with effortless, superhuman arm strength. It was a combination that created some pretty enormous expectations. And he met them.
Dude,
by
what
the time
the fuck,
his college
man?
career was just 23 minutes old, the teenage Vick had already completed a 60-yard pass and scored 3 rushing touchdowns.
That's so fucked up that the alien just gets to pop in there.
Foreshadowed just how dynamic a force he'd become. In leading his Hokies to an undefeated regular season, Vick had 4 rushing touchdowns of over 45 yards, like this option at Pitt, where he goes from trapped in a phone booth to tearing through open field in the blink of an eye. Or this 75-yarder at Temple, where even while weaving back and forth, he makes every defender look like they're running in sand. As for the rocket launcher attached to his left shoulder, Vick was able to attack defenses downfield with deep passes that couldn't have been more accurately delivered had he walked up to his receiver and handed him the ball for an easy stroll into the end zone. He also had the touch to toss feathery soft rainbows that would drop right in the bucket. So he wasn't just all legs. With his arm, Vick became the first Division I freshman to lead the nation in passing efficiency. That all led to a berth in the BCS National Championship game and a trip to New York as the first ever freshman quarterback Heisman finalist. The next year in Y2K, Tech won all 10 of his starts, including one in Chestnut Hill that he clinched on a 3rd and 12 when he found time to play a game of hopscotch, then another game of hopscotch, then had not 1, not 2, but 3 guys hopelessly dive somewhere in a neighboring zip code, then for good measure just toyed with the cornerback for the final 15 yards. He pretty much was the Matrix dude. Following his brilliant sophomore season, Vick decided to enter the 2001 NFL Draft. The presumptive top overall pick to the Chargers, who were coming off a 1-15 season and had just endured the full Ryan Leaf experience, Vick saw his pre-draft contract negotiations with them hit some major obstacles. While his agents had the audacity to expect the first overall pick to be paid like the first overall pick, because the Chargers planned to sit him for a while behind new starter Doug Flutie, they wanted to pay him less. All of a sudden, Vick to San Diego wasn't such a foregone conclusion. That was enough for the Falcons, who held the 5th overall selection, to send out some feelers regarding the viability of trading up to number 1 for the right to draft Vick. Chargers GM Jon Butler's initial demand for the pick was each of Atlanta's top 3 selections along with role player Tim Dwight. After extensive haggling the day before the draft, the 2 teams agreed to a deal with basically those terms, only Atlanta was able to defer shipping the 2nd round pick by a year. About 24 hours later, the Falcons officially had a new face of the franchise. Vick was eased into year 1 in the NFL as a backup to Chris Chandler, but heading into year 2, he was elevated to full-time starter, and he provided an immediate spark to a dormant offense. Their defense, under new coordinator Wade Phillips, was also
one rope.
Spearheaded by rising stars at both linebacker with perennial player Keith Brooking, and up front with defensive end Patrick Kearney, the Falcons entered Week 8, Saints Week, having allowed the 2nd fewest points per game in the league. This was a team ready to make some noise again.
Of course, Vick was a phenomenal quarterback, but it was as if he was somehow destined to be the savior of the Falcons franchise. Here's an extremely talented black quarterback leading a hopeless franchise representing a predominantly black city. It just made sense. He single-handedly made the entire city believers again when it looked like we were done dreaming. But as a young black boy in Atlanta, Watching Vic pull off unthinkable moves every week was especially surreal because he was one of us. Vic was someone I could look to and just marvel at, simply because he looked like me. And I know I wasn't alone. I've never experienced a single player capture the hearts of an entire city the way Vic did.
Oh my
He
god.
made people that didn't even care about football tune in every Sunday just to see him put on a show.
Yeah, if no one's seen
jerseys flooded the
Mike Vick
streets.
play back
He
in
was
the day,
main
he was
topic of
electrifying.
every conversation, no matter where you were. Whether it was getting a haircut at the barbershop, picking up a 10-piece wing meal, hanging at Piedmont Park, whatever. People were either talking about what he did in last week's game or anticipating who he would make look foolish the coming week. Not only did Vic birth a new generation of Falcons fans, but he made people who were on the edge of giving up do a complete 180 and proudly rep Atlanta as the hometown team. I mean, the dude was just special.
Falcons fans attached all their hopes and dreams to Michael Vick. Big plays, playoff appearances, Super Bowl wins. But job one, just 7 games into his NFL career, was to march into the Superdome and whoop the Saints. After spending most of the 90s losing, the Saints were recently led back into contention by a 4th-round quarterback who seemed destined for life as a backup. When an injury pressed this quarterback into action, he led the Saints into the playoffs. The Saints finally have a franchise quarterback, someone who can go toe-to-toe with Michael Vick in the years to come. And look who it is. The two cousins from Ridley's circle had taken very different avenues, only to meet right in the middle of the most intense rivalry in professional American sports. While Vick had become a national megastar before he was even drafted, Aaron Brooks was far less heralded. And while he could create space with his mobility, he was far more of a conventional quarterback. Which is why, after seeing a gap on the Saints' opening drive and picking up a big chunk of easy yards, he gives himself up with the nearest defender 5 yards away. Looks a little silly, but it's smart. He's the most valuable player on the team. Why risk your health for the sake of 5 yards in one drive of one game? This is what most quarterbacks would do. And this is what Vick does a couple of drives later. Like the Brooks play, this is not a designed run, but he senses an opportunity. Now here he is, 19 yards upfield, right where his cousin hit the deck. Most would taper off to the sideline and step out of bounds, especially with the defender right ahead of him. But he cuts in. His reward is probably 1 extra yard. Getting hit just doesn't concern him that much. On the final play of this drive, they do call a design quarterback run, with Vick immediately rolling right to follow his blockers. There have always been mobile quarterbacks, but this felt new. Saints linebacker Cedric Hodge is taking a line that would have made sense for any of them, but Vick has seen tacklers cut in too sharp his entire life, from Newport News to Blacksburg to the NFL. He's just too quick. He's a master at turning no space into enough space. After an ensuing Saints fumble, it's a great time to meet Algie Crumpler.
Algie Crumpler.
At tight end, Crumpler was Vick's favorite target in these early years, accounting for about a quarter of all receiving yards. That old red gun offense that had no use for a tight end was completely a thing of the past. But Crumpler did pick up a torch once carried by Ironhead Hayward, that of a highly athletic ball carrier who is also absolutely enormous. Algie Crumpler was listed at 6'2", 275 pounds.
Jesus
Body
Christ.
mass index isn't all that useful for a lot of things, but it does help us appreciate how majestically large this man is. Over to the left, you see some really big and tall dudes, tight ends like Antonio Gates and Rob Gronkowski, who hauled in massive receiving yards. Over here, we have Ironhead, who racked up about 1,500 receiving yards on the side. But nobody in NFL history this massive has ever accounted for anywhere near this many yards through the air. A lot of his yards came after the catch. Allow Saints defender Jay Bellamy to demonstrate. Vick finds Crumpler for what seems at first like a little dump-off when Bellamy throws every last one of his 200 pounds at him. This is not a missed tackle. It's not a bad tackle. There just is not enough Jay Bellamy. Crumpler absorbs the full blow, sheds him completely, stays in bounds, and keeps on trucking for more than 30 yards. This drive ends with another touchdown for Atlanta. Like Falcons-Saints contests usually are, this is a very weird game. Both teams will fumble the ball away as many times as they punt. What's beautiful about this rivalry is whether it's happening in the Superdome or the Georgia Dome, it's guaranteed to play out in a climate-controlled indoor environment. There's no inclement weather or anything else that fouls things up. It's just them. The Cousins trade blows, with Brooks passing for a couple of third-quarter touchdowns to take a 1-point lead. Enter Warwick Dunn. Fans love him, players love him, coaches love him, everyone loves him. Dunn has a reputation as an overwhelmingly kind and decent guy. Earlier in life, he made it through the unspeakable tragedy of his mother, a police officer working a second job as a security guard, being murdered. At the age of 18, he suddenly had to look after his 5 younger brothers and sisters. But the community in Baton Rouge had his back, donating money and pitching in as he somehow kept the strength to keep playing football. It's something he seems to have never forgotten. Throughout his career, he worked with his charity foundation to build homes for struggling families. Even in retirement, when he could easily land a cushy TV job or do anything else he wants to do, he just keeps on giving back and building houses for people. Just a wonderful person. Would you like to see him snap off a 56-yard run? Let's go. Here he is, standing just 5'9" and 180 pounds in the backfield. You've heard this one before. People once thought he was too small to make it as an NFL running back. But sometimes, like this time, it's a good thing. He's small and nimble enough to glide through this entire mess of bodies. If he were any larger, he might not be able to shoot through this canyon. He takes it all the way inside the 20, setting the Falcons up for a field goal that gives them a 2-point lead. With 6 minutes left in the game, the Falcons are clinging to that lead. It's 3rd and 8. Traditionally not at all time for a design quarterback run, but if you study Warrick Dunn, you know that's exactly what this is. He runs downfield to create a lane, not even turning his head, throwing a key block to spring Vic all the way to 6. Now we're falling into the trap here of highlighting Michael Vick's runs without also appreciating his incredible arm, so here you go. He chucks a souvenir all the way up into the second deck that's worth more than a second deck ticket just by virtue of him touching it. But these are Saints fans. Get that shit out of here. Since this is Falcons Saints, a 2-score lead with 6 minutes left is not safe. New Orleans marches right down and kicks a field goal, and right after a disastrous Warrick Dunn fumble, they punch it in to take the lead with 2.5 minutes left. Atlanta has enough time for one last shot, and thanks to a penalty on the kickoff, they're back all the way up to their own 11.
Here's
Short
where
throws
Mike
to
Vick
Dunn and Crumpler
shines.
take him to about midfield, where we can see how his mobility creates options through the air. Rolling left buys him about 3 seconds, an eternity in football time that allows him to throw a dart to the wide-open Sean Jefferson. On the next play, keep an eye on linebacker Charlie Clemens. He's hanging back, serving as what's known as a quarterback spy, keeping his full attention on Vick and trying to discourage him from running. The concept of spying the quarterback has existed since at least the early 80s, but it was pretty obscure until Vick's arrival. Now everyone's talking about it. For what it's worth, Vick would later say he thought it was a bad idea, pointing out that you're pulling off a guy from some other assignment just to babysit him. In other words, if you're leaning, you ain't cleaning. Clemens continues to patiently man his post, but Vick runs anyway, picking up 5 huge yards to help set up a game-winning field goal. Falcons win. Aaron Brooks would square off against Michael Vick 4 more times in his career. He never beat him. But thanks to this win, as well as another over the Saints a few weeks later, Atlanta edged New Orleans for the final wildcard spot. An effective rookie had led the Falcons to the playoffs, and along the way he set a single-game rushing record for a quarterback. It came in Week 13 in Minnesota. About 2 minutes into overtime, Vick has 127 rushing yards, something no quarterback has accomplished in 30 years. Of course, that's before this. It'll later be reported that the original plan here was to throw, but I think he threw that out the window really early. Look at where he's looking. If he were buying time to throw, his eyes would be downfield. Clearly,
That might have been a good shot.
What? I don't know, because there are purple jerseys all up and down the left side of the field. Watching plays like this make you feel like you're watching a rock climber. You don't see the vision. You can't perceive the footholds. So Vick sees every last one. He knows he can turn on the Jets just hard enough to make it through this hole a millisecond before it closes on him. Because he knows these things, he scores a game winner that ultimately gets the Falcons into the postseason. And forget 127. Vick finishes with 173 rushing yards, obliterating the quarterback record. This mark will stand for a decade before Colin Kaepernick finally breaks it. These dots represent all the mobile quarterbacks of the future who will follow in his footsteps. They also represent the achievements of Vick himself, whose single-game performances can also be seen here, and here.
1, 2.
It was as though the football gods had set up level bosses for Michael Vick, each with their own poetic ties with Vick and the Falcons. The next would be a fellow superstar, the one the Falcons drafted exactly 10
Oh my
years
god,
prior
I'm
to
stupid.
Vick, only to let him slip away.
Brett Favre.
The Falcons get their second playoff crack at their old pal Brett Favre in what is historically the most inhospitable place for postseason visitors, Lambeau Field. There, the Packers have won each of their 11 all-time postseason games by an average of nearly 15 points, including that drubbing they gave June Jones' squad 7 years earlier. Green Bay also went undefeated at home in the regular season, and to further stack the deck against Atlanta, Favre had won each and every one of his 35 starts played in sub-35 degree temperatures, which this one would be. There was also some concern going into it that Vic's play had fallen off of late as he'd become more turnover prone over the last 5 games. But under the bright postseason lights, Vic takes all of one drive to put those questions to bed, with a bullet to Sean Jefferson giving Atlanta an early 7-point lead. Their special teams would get in on the fun later in the first quarter, with Mark Simoneau snatching the ball right from Packer punter Josh Bidwell's foot that they recovered for a touchdown and a 14-0 lead. Even a punt of their own turns out quite fruitful early in the second quarter when officials ruled that the football bounced off a Packer, with Atlanta recovering the live ball and keeping possession. It did appear the ball hit a Falcon first, but no ensuing challenge means they get to keep possession, which enables the bruising TJ Duckett to carry half the Packers defense into the end zone as the lead balloons to 21. Finally, the Packers wake up and Favre drives them downfield to set up a 1st and goal on Atlanta's 1-yard line. First down, incompletion out the back of the end zone. Second down, the Falcons stuff star running back Ahman Green. Third down, Brooking breaks up a pass. Fourth down, Green gets blown up by D lineman Ellis Johnson exploding into the backfield. Monumental goal line stand.
That is a crazy goal line stand. Surprised they didn't throw
On
any.
the next possession, Vic
slants or
marches the
anything on
Falcons
that.
all the way across the field, and along the way we're treated to my very favorite Michael Vick highlight ever. It's 3rd and 3 at the Packers 40. Vic rolls left and finds defensive end Kabir Bajabiamila right on top of him. As Packers fans will tell you, this is not just some dude. At 6'4", 250, he outweighs Vic by at least 40 pounds, but he still has explosive speed. In this era, he's recording more quarterback sacks than almost anyone, putting himself in Michael Strahan territory. If all that isn't scary enough, his nickname is KGB, and if that isn't scary enough, he is the only person on planet Earth who likes Ted Cruz. So I mean, I don't know what you're dealing with, man, but just look out. Vic gazes downfield, but he doesn't see any options through the air. He also knows he won't be able to find the edge around KGB. He won't step out of bounds because he's Michael Vick. He doesn't have enough space or the right angle to juke him, so what does he do? He fights him. Vic faces up against a much bigger man, and with his one free hand, he grabs him and throws him to the ground. I mean, this is jiu-jitsu. Somewhere,
damn.
I hope. Elio Gracie is smiling. To stun on him even further, he stops, takes a moment to adjust his face mask like he's Indiana Jones fixing his hat, and changes course to sprint right up the gut. Anyone who has a favorite kick returner already knows what's going to happen here. We've been deprived of some of the most spectacular plays in football history because one guy got a finger on one shoelace, and that's what happens here. Look at all the green space ahead. If it weren't for that, Vic was gone. It would have been one of the most incredible touchdowns ever scored. Nearly 20 years later, I'm still stunned. I cannot believe this man.
Vic leads the Falcons to a short field goal to go into the break up 24-0. And that was pretty much it. At best, the Packers have one tiny sliver of hope, down 20 with the ball in the red zone on 4th down and a little under 8 minutes remaining. That hope gets promptly extinguished as Vic has now become the youngest quarterback to ever win a playoff game, in the process pouring cold water on the famed Lambeau Field mystique. The Falcons can spread their wings and soar all the way to Philadelphia for the divisional round of the playoffs. The Eagles are welcoming back QB Donovan McNabb from a broken ankle 8 weeks earlier, so it would be a quarterback matchup of Syracuse recruiter and recruit. In a defensive slugfest, the Falcons make one crucial mistake early when midway through the first quarter, Philly's pass rush forces Vic to rush a throw off his back foot to Jefferson. Philly corner Bobby Taylor undercuts the route for the pick and turns it into a 7-point mistake. Each team kicks a couple first-half field goals, and the game reaches halftime, with Atlanta still down 7. Near the end of the third quarter, the Falcons have a golden opportunity. They advance deep in Philly territory when Vic drops back before he explodes through a huge hole up the middle and absorbs a ferocious blast from safety Brian Dawkins that knocks his wind out while scoring an apparent game-tying touchdown. But wait just a minute now, there is a reason that cavernous running lane formed. The holding infraction wipes out the touchdown and probably makes that Dawkins hit hurt a whole lot worse, especially when compounded by kicker Jay Feely booting the ensuing short field goal just a bit outside. On the first play of the fourth quarter, the Eagles execute everyone's favorite play, the fourth and manageable punt from inside the enemy 40-yard line. The Falcons, still down just one score, see their two most reliable pass catchers, Crumpler and wideout Brian Finneran, drop back-to-back passes that each would have been enough to move the chains, but instead kill the drive and force a punt back to the Eagles. McNabb leads his team down to Atlanta's 35. A big 3rd-and-1 stop brings up a huge 4th down. Wade Phillips dials up an all-out blitz, but Philly has a good protection hold. McNabb's able to get outside the ball, and he connects with James Thrash, who escapes Ray Buchanan's grasp to stick the dagger in Atlanta's heart. Down 2 touchdowns with a little over 6 minutes left, the Falcons get in position for one on their next drive, but a turnover on downs twists that dagger, closing the book on a memorable run led by their new 22-year-old franchise player.
One of the most thrilling seasons in Falcons history was followed by an overhaul. Vic suffered a broken leg in, of all things, a damn preseason game that didn't even matter. They hoped to have him back in a month's time, but he didn't make his first start until week 14, by which point the Falcons had fallen to 2-10. Vic did his best to turn things around at the end, but it was too late. If nothing else, it demonstrated how crucial Michael Vick was to this football team. A lot of things changed in this time. After decades of ownership by the Smith family, the Falcons were bought by Arthur Blank in 2002. Blank had come to Atlanta by way of the Daily Bugle, having previously managed talented young photographer Peter Parker. Now, in Michael Vick, he managed another young upstart with a similar level of physical talent. The two became very close over the years to come. Look, Blank's a multi-billionaire, which is wrong on his face, and if you had that much money, the ethical thing to do would be to drop 99% of it out of a helicopter and then go live in a cool houseboat somewhere. But it should be said that while NFL teams are often owned by some of the most avaricious scumbags this country has to offer, Blank's foundation has donated hundreds of millions of dollars toward charitable efforts in the Atlanta area.
51.
Blank is, as far as owners go, pretty well liked. Being a co-founder of Home Depot, he was surely naturally drawn to a gigantic drafty building with a tall ceiling and bad lighting that smelled kind of weird. It was evident pretty early on that he wasn't solely driven by profit though, and he genuinely cared about the human beings who made up the organization. When Blank found Vic in tears after that broken leg, he cried with him. After stumbling to 3-10 without Vic, Dan Reeves was let go. At close to 7 seasons, his coaching tenure was the longest a Falcon coach had ever had. And of course, he delivered them the miracle 1998 season and Super Bowl appearance that had always seemed a million miles away. But this is the way it always goes. If you're the Falcons head coach, you will be fired. Whether you're Norb Hecker, who was very happy to get it over with, Norm Van Brocklin, who was canned after challenging every reporter in the room to a fistfight,
it's going okay. I've had 2 chances at getting a sub 4 low percent taken from me by Temple in like 4-3, and failed plan because I couldn't get a ice caves. I got a wet fur instead of an proper ice caves level. Yeah, Temple's been doing that.
So, after 7 years
I've been very bored today
Reeves, we need to return to the Falcons
while speedrunning, so I put on a documentary.
A name we already know, and B, a strange person. A coach's son would be perfect in both respects.
A sports documentary. I'm a sucker for sports documentaries, especially ones by these guys.
I'd like to have your attention for 1 minute. If any of you people have had an oddball child at any point, we would love to offer them a head coaching position. Once again, please come forward if you have a weird son.
You have a weird son. Jim Mora does have a weird son.
The best introduction to the younger Jim Mora is probably the one he gave to Arthur Blank. Though he had a famous last name, Mora was a relative nobody compared to others the Falcons were considering. And he walked into the
how's it
interview
going
a distant long shot.
JJG.
He won them over by, and I have no idea how this worked, lugging a huge bag full of books in with him. Not a book bag, but like a giant sack of books, like he was the world's worst Elder Scrolls player. Apparently, if he came up with an idea, he'd write it down and throw it in his knowledge sack. And that was his system. Look at how smart I am, he says. I have a sack full of books. This is incredible, say the Falcons, who are so positive they've got their man that they turn around and cancel their subsequent interview with... Oh, boy.
Nick Saban. Oh,
Like
man.
his dad, Mora became known for throwing fits on the sideline. Among his weirder habits was huffing ammonia on the sideline during games to keep him on 10. I'm not sure he needed
What the fuck?
Jim Mora was an exceptionally driven
Pretty
person.
good. Nice.
Nobody had ever wanted
Oh,
to be
how
an
did
NFL coach
the
more
rest
than
of
this
that
guy. In the first year, it showed.
MacDos
Personnel-wise,
go.
the most
Fell
notable
asleep
addition to the
it was kinda
2004
late.
club came when they invested another top 10 draft pick on a Virginia Tech Hokie with sub-4.4 speed in cornerback D'Angelo Hall, who immediately became the team's most talented defensive back since primetime.
Finished it? Oh,
Owners
nice.
of arguably the league's worst pass defense the year before,
Seemed like a
Hall
weird game.
stabilized their secondary, and Vic rebounded from his derailed 03 season well enough to be the lone reason that Peyton Manning, in arguably the most dominant regular season in NFL history, wasn't a unanimous MVP. With those pieces
"No, we
falling
did
into
it."
place,
What the
Mora
fuck?
guided Atlanta to 11 wins.
Nothing
Good enough
special?
to secure the NFC's 2 seed and a first-round bye in the playoffs. But this most certainly wasn't your typical team that earns a week off in January. The majority of their wins were by 4 or fewer points, and they also had some clunkers like their 46-point loss in Kansas City, by far the worst of any team
It's a
in the
very
entire
weird game.
season, and the worst in 15 years by an eventual playoff team.
Whoops.
They ultimately scored just 3 more points than they allowed throughout the regular season, good for 14th in the NFL.
Yeah,
and
so the fail
woefully
plant
lagging in comparison
blue
to
screen in the
other
game.
bye-week earners
That's
during
funny.
the 30-year period in which 2 teams per conference received one. But with the sport's ultimate wildcard under center when they welcomed the Rams to town for the divisional round of the playoffs, at the very least, you could count on the Falcons to put on a
Okay.
show in their dome. In Vic's home postseason debut, it takes all of 1 minute until he Houdinis
Football.
his way out of some pressure.
It's
cuts
football
back,
time,
and bursts
everybody,
into
football.
open space for the whole country to see the total lack of a defensive answer for his one-of-a-kind speed.
But
2
yeah,
plays
if you've
later,
ever
he threads the needle
seen
with a bullet
this
to
specific
Crumpler,
guy
and
play
that
football,
opens the floodgates.
it was amazing.
At
It was
first,
amazing to
St.
watch.
Louis is able to bounce back
Despite
when the
his, like,
Falcons bite on
off-the-court
play
issues,
action
like,
and lose track of speedy
the
wide
end of
receiver
his,
Kevin Curtis, who's
Falcons
able to
career.
tie up the game. But the Rams defense has no ability to stop
He still
the
had a
bleeding
flash
on
of
the
it
ground, and that's
when he
definitely
went to,
not just limited to Vic. On Atlanta's second possession,
Fuck
Dunn's
me.
2 carries cover all 75 Falcons scrimmage yards after he gets loose upfield, breaks a tackle, and lets
When he
his
moved
track
teams to
star
the
speed
Eagles.
carry him the rest of the way to take back the lead. After a defensive stop, Dunn has an even easier time scoring when he's barely touched on his way to the end zone.
Wow, really?
The Rams respond with quarterback Mark Bolger finding Torrey Holt, who slipped behind Atlanta's secondary to again make things competitive. But these will be the final fleeting moments where this is a competitive affair. Close to halftime, punt returner Allen Rossum's 68-yard rumble right up the gut
Yeah.
knocks the
Wow.
Rams on the
Wow.
ropes, and the Falcons' defense emerging
pretty
from
fucking lame.
halftime firing on all cylinders delivers the knockout blow. They pitch a second-half shutout while even chipping in a couple points of their own when defensive end Brady Smith smokes Hall of Fame left tackle Orlando Pace for the end zone sack. After a resounding playoff victory in which Vic broke the record for most rushing yards by a quarterback in a playoff game, and the team rushed for the 3rd most yards in any playoff game since the merger, the Falcons are once again set to hit the road for the city of brotherly love. This time,
I
their
should've checked
date
what
with the
that,
Eagles will be for a trip to Jacksonville and
was.
Super Bowl 39. In brutal sub-zero temperatures, the dome team from the south shockingly comes out flat. Mora's early decision to punt from Philly's 37-yard line
And the wind throws it backward.
flips the field by a whole 7 yards.
Oh, dear
Then
God.
their ability to wrap up, but inability to take down Eagles running back Dorsey Levens proves costly. Almost as costly as the Falcons having a 1st and goal from the 2 and ultimately kicking a field goal on their ensuing possession. Things look bleak
Packers
when
fan,
McNabb hits tight end Chad Lewis in the corner of the end zone for the 14-3 lead.
That
only
sounds
for
like
the
fun.
Falcons offense
They
to
talked about one
finally
of those
show some
games
life when
earlier.
Dunn scampers in for a
He
10-yard
ripped,
touchdown to
Michael
make
Vick,
it
he, like,
just
ripped
a
through-
4-point game at the half. But in a weird bit of bizarro symmetry,
Like,
a
as a
week
rookie.
after Atlanta's defense allowed 0 second-half points, their offense scores 0 second-half points. Once again, Eagles defensive coordinator Jim Johnson
Like,
had
as a
Vick
rookie,
and
he
the
ripped through
Falcons
the
offense completely
Packers.
stymied. Generally
It's really
an
interesting.
extremely heavy blitzer, Johnson resisted that tactic against Vick with
Shit.
the luxury of being able to rely on his front four to create havoc while
Yeah,
keeping
American
Vick
football does like
contained
that
in
to
the
make
pocket in a
spectacles.
bitter
It's been a while since I've been to one.
27-10 loss.
For obvious reasons. And others not so obvious.
You know what? We're now entering year number 40 of the Atlanta Falcons experiment, and we've never seen this team post winning records in even 2 consecutive seasons. Hasn't happened once. Every single winning season has been isolated. That's not really an issue of continuity either. The winning teams typically stay intact the following season,
There we
but for one reason or another, or maybe for no good reason at all, it just dips. Jim Mora, whose 2005
Mora's an
squad
idiot.
started 6-2, seemed destined to finally end this weird anomaly until their record turned perfectly inside out, landing them at 8-8. But that's what next year.
Okay.
13 games into the 2006 season, the Falcons were 7-6 and tied with the Giants and Eagles in a scrum for the 2 wildcard spots.
No
And,
jetpack
sparked
teleporter
by
runs
that
at chaos.
NFC Championship appearance in year 1, Mora was less than 9 months removed from landing a lucrative contract extension. Now he was closing in on his 2nd playoff berth in 3 seasons as Falcons head coach.
Football.
Everything seemed to be going just dandy. That's when Mora
But-
decided to go on the radio. In mid-December, Mora conducted an interview with a Seattle radio station in which one of the hosts was his good buddy and former college roommate at the University of Washington, Hugh Millen. As the interview wound down, the idea of Mora becoming the head coach at his alma mater was broached. Now, if an angel and a devil were supposed to pop up on each shoulder in that moment to give him advice on how to handle those musings, then the angel was apparently just stuck in that Atlanta traffic. Mora cannonballed into his enthusiastic response like he was Kevin McAllister at the Plaza
True.
Hotel.
They're kind of
After
they're
acknowledging that the
they're
job
fun.
wasn't even,
I will say
you
that.
know,
They're just kinda
vacant, Mora could not contain himself from gushing
incredibly
over
chaotic.
just how badly he wanted that gig. He was even thrown a life raft when he was all teed up for a chance to say that that would only be the case if he were available. He refused that life raft. Then he doubled down by saying it could even be right
God, Jim
smack
Mora's
in
an
the
idiot.
middle of a playoff run, and he'd still up and bail. And as the coup de grace, he undermined future Jim's ability to later claim he was kidding. Which, of course, in his mea culpa, is exactly what he had to do. Now, UW is my alma mater too. I get it. It's a wonderful place. But Jim, you are currently an NFL head coach in the middle of an NFL season. It is 2 days before a huge primetime game against the Cowboys, and you are in the thick of the playoff picture while ostensibly possessing plenty of job security in the wake of that extension. And you still can't stop going on and on, fantasizing about another job that, again, still has its seat filled. What in the hell are you thinking? The damage was done. No putting the toothpaste back in that tube. The
The best-
Falcons would go on to drop each of their final 3 games, missed the playoffs, and the day after the season ended, Mora was fired.
The best part about that
his
is
goose was all but cooked
when he
with
went
the
to
radio
UW,
segment, but the passing stagnation of Vic was another key element of Mora's demise.
when he went to
brought
UW,
Greg Knapp along with him from San Francisco as his offensive coordinator, and he wasn't really the right choice to nurture
UW was
talent
bad.
like Vic.
Like, he was not a
The
good
two
coach for them.
often
He was not a good
clashed,
fit.
And Vic never felt
And he was not a-
comfortable
like,
in Knapp's system.
honestly, he was not a smart
I've never
coach.
seen a coach make the fourth quarter completely irrelevant, quite like Mora. In 26 of his 48 regular season games, the Falcons were tied or winning after 45 minutes. And they won all but one of them, with their winning percentage on such games higher than everyone in that time but the Patriots. In the 22 games that they trailed entering the final quarter, however, they lost all but one, as they were one of just 4 teams with such a winning percentage south of 5. Combined with broadcasting his dream to go back to the Great Pacific Northwest, it was clearly time for a new hire and a fresh start in 2007 to make ancient history this ridiculous notion of their head coach openly flirting with bailing for a college gig in the middle of a season.
Whoever the Falcons chose as their next head coach would need to understand how to make the most of Michael Vick and draw up an offensive game plan that would take him to a higher gear. Jim Mora had a defensive coordinator's background, an offensive coordinator who drew up an unimpressive game plan for Vick, and a father who called Vick a coach killer. Man, the Moras just love saying stuff. Anyway, a lot of pundits were starting to doubt Vick around this time, with many insisting that he'd never improve as a passer. To their credit, Vick wasn't pushing himself quite as much as he could have. He'd later say that although he was putting in tons of work, he got comfortable. He figured he'd get closer to his 30th birthday and then worry about his potential. Who among us, right? Vick was an exceptionally smart quarterback with staggering arm talent, but it just wasn't showing up in the numbers. In his first 5 years as a starter, his passer rating lingered in the high 70s, territory that was not at all exceptional. The fact remained, though, that he was making history on foot. In 2006, Michael Vick became the first quarterback ever to rush for 1,000 yards in a single season. In modern times, only 1990 Randall Cunningham has even come close, but even then, Cunningham's achievement was isolated, and since his line allowed tons of sacks, he was often just fleeing in terror. Vick was the first quarterback to demonstrate an ability not only to utilize his running as a weapon, but do this with consistency. And that's how he changed history and influenced the future of American football. His performances in those years started to change how a lot of coaches, particularly high school coaches, perceived quarterback development, and it influenced what those young quarterbacks themselves felt they were capable of. If a quarterback was, say, 14 years old while watching Vick's masterclasses in 2006, he'd be 24 years old in 2016. And here they were, right on time. It's no longer the least bit unusual to see a quarterback rush for 500 yards in a season. There's only one, though, who has been able to surpass what Vick did, his heir apparent, Lamar Jackson, who somehow rushed for 1,200 yards in 2019. Jackson is far from Vick's.
Oh my god, that emote combination.
But he didn't come up with that style of play on his own.
Hey, Sass,
Jackson would have been 9 years old at the peak of Vick's rushing abilities. You know what 9-year-olds love? Video games. When young Lamar Jackson fired up a game of Madden, he religiously played as Michael Vick every single time.
Sports fans and broadcasters alike would often see Vick and describe it as video game-like. However, in the case of Michael Vick, that's not 100% true, because the video game versions of him were somewhat even more dominant. Across most football
that shit was
games,
insane.
you can argue that playing as a dual threat quarterback is the most fun
thank you,
experience.
Ice.
In part because it reminds us of running around in the backyard trying to escape the other kid that just finished counting to 3 Mississippi. Michael Vick was the perfect conductor in the orchestra
that was
of
a nice
football
level.
chaos. Michael Vick's first Madden appearance was in 2002 as a 72 overall. Even though Chris Chandler was the real-life starting quarterback for a majority of that season, Vick's rating was already higher than Chandler's, who was a nice 69 overall.
Nice.
While Vick's 72 rating might seem pedestrian, I'm sure many people saw what he did in college and played as him, or simply adjusted his stats and attributes. Even if you left his ratings as is, Vick was still fun to play. When you combine his 89 speed in Madden as the ball carrier with those quick-cutting jukes and a spin move that allows you to teleport 5 yards, you get someone that's very hard to tackle. Madden 2003 was a slight improvement as Vick was given a 78 overall, but the next year, everything changed.
God, that Vick was broken.
2004 was when video game Vick became a name everyone feared. Even EA Sports themselves recognizes Michael Vick by himself as one of the top 25 features in Madden history. Not players, features. Vic is the only player on that list. His overall rating shot from a 78 to a 95. His speed was a 95 overall, which was higher than all but 4 running backs in the game. His throwing was off the charts, but that's not the end of it. Madden 2004 was the first game to introduce playmaker controls. This was a game maker mechanic that changed everything. You could flip plays and adjust routes with ease before the snap, sure, but the wild shit happened after the snap. Playmaker control allowed you to adjust the instructions for a receiver mid-route, mid-play. This means that you could
Michael Vick was
control
banned.
Michael Vick
The Falcons were straight
and
up
the
banned
receiver
at people's
closest to
houses
him
because
to
of
either
how good
create
he was.
space or get a receiver open. In addition to that, you could also create your own plays and formations in Madden 2003 and 2004, which allowed you to make the craziest formations and plays that you've ever seen. Now this seems like a fun little harmless feature in theory, but when you give this feature to video game Vic, defensive AI stood no chance. I mean, what the hell do you even do against this? In theory, you could have someone come over to your house and you could choose the Falcons and a playbook that you created that your friend in the defensive AI could do nothing about. Michael Vick was so good in Madden that the next 2 Maddens had features that served as indirect nerfs to Vic. For those that don't know, a nerf is when something is tweaked to make something weaker or less dangerous, much like how a nerf football to the face isn't as painful as an actual football to the face. Madden 2005's campaign and marketing focused entirely on the defensive side of the ball. Ray Lewis was on the cover. The trailer even has him tackling Michael Vick in a way to let you know that you weren't getting the same game as last year. The AI was smarter. They added defensive hot routes and the hit stick to give you some options to stop Vic. Now don't get me wrong, Vic was still a freaking 92 overall and fast as hell, but at least there were some things in place now. The developers learned from how dominant Vic was and made the proper adjustments to make sure no one else dominated the game like that again. Now Vic wasn't the highest overall player in Madden 2004. Hell, he wasn't even the highest rated quarterback in the game, but no one wanted to play as Brett Favre. 99 overalls have graced Madden both before and after Vic, but no one will ever be as unfair on the virtual football fields as the red number 7.
The real Vic was just as electrifying. If he could supplement his rushing ability with the top-tier passing ability we all knew he had in him, he could blow the entire sport wide open. He could become the damn Terminator. He could lead the Atlanta Falcons to a Super Bowl championship that was long overdue. For Vic just one, this team could become a dynasty. All that was missing, it seemed, was an offensive wonderkind. A proven genius who could design everything around Michael Vick. And they found it.
I don't know. That coach was not a good person either.
As someone who grew up in both Atlanta and Louisville, I am uniquely qualified to assess Bobby Petrino as both a coach and a human being. My verdict is as follows. He is awesome. He is the
this is
coolest.
why we
Every
you
other
have no idea about
football
this
fan
stuff.
in
This
both
is why we
Louisville
play
and
this stuff
Atlanta agrees with
in
me.
the background.
We all love him and we want to be just like him and we all think he's great. Okay, this has been a whole lot to throw at you, so at this point in the call I can go ahead and unmute in case anybody has any questions or comments. Well, we got a quiet bunch today. That's okay. That's all right. Let's continue. Petrino had earned a nationwide reputation as an offensive genius, having turned a historically mediocre Louisville football program into a powerhouse that seriously contended for the national title. This made him arguably the most sought-after football coach in America. When other teams called, he couldn't help but listen. In 2003, while at Louisville, he secretly met with Auburn to discuss possibly becoming their head coach and yanking the job away from his own friend Tommy Tuberville behind his back. But the next year he signed a new contract with Louisville, declaring that this is where he wanted to be for good. And if, for example, the LSU job were to open up, there's no way he would interview for it. 5 days later, he interviewed for the LSU job. Everyone got mad at him. He said he was sorry. And finally, in 2006, he signed a mammoth $25 million deal to lock him down in Louisville for the next decade. Petrino stuck around 6 months, which is close enough, and then bolted to the Atlanta Falcons without thanking the fans or telling his assistants. It was heralded as a huge coup for Atlanta. Finally, they had a coach with an offensive intellect worthy of Michael Vick's ability. Some might have worried about his track record of disloyalty, but hey, listen, Falcons coaches don't quit. They get fired, but they don't quit. This is the part of the story that everyone knows. In August of 2007, Michael Vick pled guilty to federal dogfighting charges. He was sentenced to prison shortly thereafter and never played for the Atlanta Falcons again.
It's a crime that will follow Mike Vick for the rest of his life, and something that some people will never quite be able to forgive him for. And I totally get that. It's an inexcusable act that eventually tarnished Vick's legacy on the field and how people view him as a person. But take a moment to understand Vick's upbringing. Dogfighting is something that he's been exposed to his whole life in Virginia. Yeah, you can say, well, why wouldn't he just change the people he surrounds himself with? Which is something that's a lot easier said than done, when the very same people held him down through thick and thin his entire life. Newport News, Virginia was his home. It was his family. And sometimes it's just hard to turn your back on family. As Falcons fans, we welcome Vick into our homes every Sunday. So it was tough to immediately turn our back on him as well. Sports can really blind your perception of people because you see them as these heroes who could do no wrong. We were shocked and confused. What Vick did was absolutely wrong. But why do we publicly continue to deem him as a monster when he's paid his debt to society and asked for forgiveness? In prison, Vick dreamed of coming back to the Falcons to be the quarterback that brought the franchise their first Super Bowl win. He still thought it was his team, and fans were more than ready to welcome that idea. I personally know people who held out on the hope that maybe one day, no matter how long it took, Vick would suit up again for the Falcons and make everything right. You can look in the stands of the Georgia Dome and see the majority of the crowd still rocking Vick jerseys. Even his teammates were ready for him to be back, loudly showing their support during games with messages like "Free Mike Vick" on t-shirts.
Ah, shit.
But in the real world, we knew that never would be possible.
Or 102.
Nearly 15 years later, America can't agree on Michael Vick. There are many, such as myself, who believe that the 21 months he spent in federal prison were more than plenty. It's so commonplace in America to lock a human being in a dungeon, and said human beings are almost always so silent and invisible that we've grown completely numb to just how traumatic and tortuous it is. Your sense of self erodes. You feel forgotten, like you've been jettisoned off the planet, far from anyone who loves you. Vick would later describe a day in which his entire universe revolved around a visit with his family. Because of some arbitrary reason that had nothing to do with him, the visit was abruptly canceled. He was so lonely and desperate that it broke him, and he collapsed into tears. Of this feeling, he says, it's like being dead.
Vick was more than just a football player in Atlanta. He was a beacon of hope that made people in the city want to believe again. But that hope came.
I'm trying to be too fast in here. Be more careful.
And as a fan base, we had to move on.
Vick saw his own childhood exposure to dogfighting as so consequential and harmful that he helped introduce legislation making it illegal to bring a childhood dogfight. That was just part of his big ongoing project to advocate for animal rights, an effort he continues to this day. In the end, Michael Vick tests our willingness to forgive, and just because I forgive him doesn't mean you have to. Forgiveness is something that can be asked for, but not expected.
Yeah.
I suppose there's just one thing I would ask you to consider. In prison, Michael Vick paid a price unlike anything most of us have ever paid. He showed unconditional remorse, and he's worked relentlessly to try to make things right however he can. How many others have done things far, far worse without seeing any consequences? We don't need to look elsewhere in time. In fact, it's best that we keep it right here, right in this period of history. These are people I don't need to name. People who destroyed entire worlds and ways of life, decimated the quality of life of untold millions. If this man is the target of your outrage, and not them, I guarantee you've got the wrong guy. Dwelling on all of this felt terrible. I went to the doctor and I said, please help me. These events have left me feeling down. The doctor told me, laughter is the best medicine. Go see Petrino the Clown. He'll cheer you up. He's exquisitely funny and he will cure all that ails you. And after hesitating for a moment, I said,
fucking Bobby Petrino.
That's a fucking great idea. We now return to the adventures of noted, cool, and well-respected guy Bobby Petrino, who now finds himself without the superstar quarterback who was the primary reason he was hired in the first place. Fortunately, Vic's backup over the last couple of years was Matt Schaub, who would go on to have a terrific NFL career. Unfortunately, in what they thought at the time would be their biggest move of the offseason, they'd already traded Schaub. What this offensive wizard was instead left with was a platoon of draft bust Joey Harrington in his final season, Byron Leftwich, a pretty solid quarterback who nonetheless played badly in Atlanta, and career backup Chris Redman. The Falcons fell to 4-12 that season. Arthur Bryant, certainly aware of Petrino's history of talking to strangers, got word that Arkansas had been sniffing around and immediately slammed the door shut, sending back word that the Falcons would absolutely not allow them to talk to Petrino. Blank then got to work plotting out the future with Petrino, addressing whatever concerns he had, and generally making sure he was happy as the Falcons coach.
And
Petrino looked him in the eye,
Razorbacks.
shook his hand, and assured that he was in it for the long haul. Problem solved. For about 24 hours. Then Petrino resigned as head coach, immediately fled Atlanta, and signed a deal with Arkansas. And let me tell you, I would have bought a pay-per-view event that was nothing but Falcons players talking shit about him. I'm sure they said a lot of things that couldn't make it into print, but among the highlights of those that did, they called him a quitter and a coward. And if you get that from Warwick Dunn, you've messed up bad. Defensive back lawyer Malloy said, "This league is for real men." I think he realized he didn't belong here. Part of it was that he left, part of it was how he left. Too chicken shit to actually look his players in the eye or even give them a phone call, Petrino left little laminated notes in their lockers with identical short boilerplate text on each one. Within, Petrino expressed that he wanted to finish the season, but that, quote, circumstances did not allow him to do so. He framed his cowardice, perhaps correctly, as an inevitable force of nature that could not be deterred, as though he was talking about rain canceling a picnic. "Yeah, sorry guys, I wanted to stick around, but unfortunately I'm a total dipshit. And as we all know, nothing can be done about that."
God,
the rest of Bobby Petrino's story doesn't concern the Falcons, but it's really cathartic for Falcons fans, so let's just continue. After 4 years, Petrino was building Arkansas into a powerhouse, just as he had at Louisville when he wrecked his motorcycle. What followed was the legendary Neck Bears press conference, in which he was asked whether anyone was with him at the time of the accident.
Was anybody with you at the site? When I came out of a ditch, there was a lady there.
That lady was, in fact, on the bike with him. She was an Arkansas football employee. She'd allegedly been shown favoritism by Petrino, and he'd been having an extramarital affair with her. After days of lying about it, he was fired. Incredibly, a couple years later, he somehow got the head coaching job at Louisville again, despite having broken contract and bailed on him years prior. In an unbelievable failure of karma to do his job, he gets to coach Lamar Jackson, who evolves into one of the greatest players in college football history. Michael Vick himself says that Lamar Jackson is like him, only even better. Lamar then leaves to the pros, and without him, Petrino is completely exposed, overseeing one of the most dramatic single-season collapses college football has ever seen, with the Cardinals falling all the way to 2-10. Before the season's over, the University of Louisville and Wave 3 TV give us a moment of true television magic. The news of Bobby Petrino's firing crawls across the bottom of the screen, right in the middle of Bobby Petrino's talk show. Who, I ask you, has ever been more of a flesh and blood realization than Mo Sislak? A guy who burns every bridge anyone ever built, whose considerable talents as a football genius are eclipsed by his reputation as the most infamous two-faced liar football has ever seen. Bobby Petrino is America's dunk tank, and in this way, he's indispensable. He's a guy you can feel good about, because he 100% signed up for every last bit of it. I'm not joking. I genuinely love Bobby Petrino. I appreciate all he's given us, and I hope he's out there somewhere having a good one. The peregrine falcon is the fastest animal of any kind on Earth. When it dives at terminal velocity, it hurtles toward the Earth at nearly 200 miles per hour. In the end, it's not really anatomy that powers the fastest creature in the known universe. It's gravity. The Atlanta Falcons dive at rates that are similarly breathtaking. There was the nosedive of the 80s that felt like it would never end, and put them so deep in the red that they might never dig out. In the 90s, they went to the playoffs, then immediately lost 8 straight in the afterglow of the Glanville years. And their descent right after Super Bowl 33 almost perfectly mirrored the ascent that got them there. Now, the era that appeared to have the most promise was over instantly and without warning. Warwick Dunn and Algie Crumpler left after the 07 season. Their coach had bailed. The one who was supposed to save the franchise was gone. The identity of the team had vanished. Maybe, in preparation for the exhilarating, confounding final
Which
acts,
team do I support?
It had to.
Like in the NFL? The Seahawks. I just find this particular documentary series very interesting. The Seattle Seahawks, that is, by the way. They did a documentary on the Mariners as well, which is really interesting. Like the Seattle Mariners, the baseball team. That was an interesting one as well.
We've arrived at a point in history at which you can watch an NFL game and not know which year you're in. The pandemic spoiled that to a degree last season, but even then, once the camera pulled in tight, there was usually no way to know. This is a rarity in live television, one of the purest and most unfettered windows into our culture. The news, of course, is a dead giveaway. Depending on what our health trends are, QVC is selling something that cooks burgers with more or less fat. SNL mostly
I also just
stuff that happens
really
on
like
Tuesday. Even in the NBA, once the 6'8" power forward puts up a three, you have your answer. The effects of time tend to vanish within the NFL, and they vanish even further within the Falcons-Saints rivalry. Since 1992, each one of these games has been played under a dome, so you don't even know what time of day it is. Now, early on, there are plenty of clues. There's a little inset pointed to the stadium clock instead of the score bug, the aspect ratio is different, and the analog broadcast is fuzzier. A couple years later, the Fox box shows up. At the time, it was divisive, but if they try to broadcast the game
these
without
guys who
a
make
delay,
these
we all
documentaries
flip
are very
out.
interesting.
They play around with this a couple times until ultimately setting the
Jon Bois and
by 2005, all the
Secret
bells and whistles come standard. We've got the yellow 1st and 10 line and the down and distance marker, but it's still visibly dated, and it stays that way until
104.
2008. This is the point at which the football
109.
novice might
Whoops.
confuse what we're seeing here with a broadcast from 2021. The definition is much crisper, the aspect ratio is 16:9, and the graphics package generally passes for something you might see today. This is when the present day began. We can now flip on the game and experience a world unmoored to time. There's a real comfort in this. For a few hours a week, millions of us escape into a world outside of our own, where the realities of our own world just don't exist. This isn't a quality unique to the Falcons in particular, but their story is both entirely non-fictional and not entirely real. So far, we've told a story that stretched from 1966 to 2007, decades of extraordinary developments in our world, and we've touched on basically none of them. We've tugged at a few things in the periphery, sure, a new wave of religion, the evolution of music, the construction boom. We even took a couple wide tangents to poke at the military-industrial complex and the justice system, but we had to reach a little bit, didn't we? It's hard work turning our Pinocchio into a real boy. On top
Is it really
of the
there?
aesthetical consistency,
Fuck,
Falcons
man.
Saints games have maintained a consistent tenor, with both
I
teams
missed the
hating
BM.
the hell out of each other, regardless of how well either team is actually doing. But there
Oh,
was one
it was over
exception.
that pit.
One moment in which you know exactly when
God
you
damn
are
it.
in history. On this night in 2006, the Falcons did get to witness firsthand what it looked like when a team became real, when a team was unmistakably anchored in its time and place. The city of New Orleans was recovering from the death and devastation of Hurricane Katrina. It was the Saints' first game back in the Superdome. They couldn't repair the damage or hold anyone responsible. What they could do, though, was deliver a symbolic victory and give the people of their city something to believe in. Someplace to express their pride.
Yeah.
The Falcons came in hot, having started 2-0 with two decisive.
I was focused on not
But the Saints forced a
getting-
3-and-out on the Falcons' opening
Oh,
drive.
I was focused on the
setting up
monkeys,
a
maybe,
Atlanta
okay.
territory. Almost nothing can change a game's momentum more than a punt block.
Okay,
On
I hear
account
the
of how
dog.
chaotic and how extraordinarily rare it is in the NFL, it
Oops,
always
I
gets a
shouldn't
huge
have done
pop
that.
from the home crowd. There was no better time for the Saints' Steve Gleason to emerge from nowhere and sprint right up the gap. Before you hear this, remember that this is the first quarter of a regular season game. This is not how a football crowd sounds, not at this phase in the game. This is a celebration of life. As their hated rival, the Falcons' role in these proceedings was to lose and lose badly, and they did, 23-3. I hope they paid close attention to the Saints that night, because one night, years into the future, this would be them. After the chaos of the Mora and Petrino years, the Falcons had no choice but to hit the reset button heading into 2008, and they hit it hard. In week one, their starting quarterback was Matt Ryan, a 23-year-old kid they pulled out of Boston College. Here's his first ever pass in an NFL regular season game. Knock him dead, buddy.
Ryan back for his first NFL pass attempt. It's complete to Michael Jenkins, and he breaks a big one.
Holy shit. We're virtually certain that this is the first time an NFL quarterback's first ever throw has gone for a touchdown of longer than 50 yards. What this was exactly what it felt like. The first step of a very, very long ascent to the mountaintop.
Yeah, wearing with gloves is just, gloves in general.
On their very next possession, they snap off another 60-yard touchdown.
I didn't
This
even
one
whip
comes
there.
on the ground from a running back who demonstrates an ability to make quick cuts, the jets to elude would-be tacklers, and the size to bounce right off another would-be tackler. Michael Turner arrived in Atlanta after 4 years in San Diego. When he got to play, he was terrific, but he was never going to put up big numbers backing up the great LaDainian Tomlinson. Now, in his first ever game as a Falcon, Turner is immediately showing what he can do as a stud back. That 66-yard scoot was only the start of a 220-yard effort that ranks among the 50 best single-game rushing performances in modern times. En route to a 34-21 win, Ryan and Turner were having a party on day one. But there was a third breakout hit who'd been around a few years but was now becoming an NFL superstar. In the third quarter, he hauls in his very first ever deep ball from Matt Ryan
There he
to help put
is.
the game away. It'll be the first of many. Whoop, looks like we've got Roddy in the middle
Roddy.
of the back, but no, stay put. We will come to you.
The Falcons had drafted wide receiver Roddy White in the first round out of UAB a few years earlier, and 2008 marked his second season as a full-time starter. While he was drafted by a team that historically had a dearth of strong traditional pocket passers, especially so coming off that circus of a 2007 season, Ryan was a godsend. The two instantly developed a mind-melding chemistry with one another from day one, and for the ensuing half-decade,
Didn't flick up.
arguably no one in the NFL but Calvin Johnson was a more dangerous receiving weapon than was Roddy White.
Once again, we've got a Falcons team with a great quarterback and some great offensive playmakers. What we could use now is a normal head coach. We've had enough weird coaches. As much as I enjoyed the Jim Mora and Bobby Petrino odysseys, these guys deserve better. We need the standard package. We need a creative coach. Computer, generate normal guy.
Generate normal guy.
I'm an enthusiast of bullshit, but even I need a break, and we found that in Mike Smith. The most inflammatory thing he ever did as the Falcons coach was to make the occasional call that some found too conservative. Every human being is interesting in one way or another, and I'm sure that in his personal life he had his quirks. When he gathered around for a family game night, maybe he picked a wheelbarrow piece in Monopoly or something. I have no clue. But as a coach, he was just a good coach who was well liked by his players and everyone else around him. So we'll keep it short with him, which I suspect he'd be just fine with, and focus instead on what he did, which was win a lot of football games. In 2008, the Falcons immediately rebounded from 4-12 to 11-5. Their defense was transformed from one of the league's worst into a unit that was actually capable of keeping points off the board, thanks in part to the career renaissance of John Abraham. At defensive end, Abraham averaged a full sack per game, more than almost anyone else in the league, and as a veteran, his quiet leadership reflected the personality of these new Falcons. They were bounced out of the playoffs in the first round, but after a season like this, it was tough to feel all that sad about it. On top of that, they fell to the Cardinals, who were on their way to their first Super Bowl
Maybe I
appearance.
should have taken that.
You think the Falcons wing is sad? Well, wait till you see the Cardinals wing. You have not even begun to know pain.
What the fuck?
The Cardinals were the Jacob Marley of the NFL, having sadly wandered around America for nearly a century. They began as the Chicago Cardinals, then actually merged with the Steelers in desperation during World War II, then went back to Chicago, then moved to St. Louis, then moved to Phoenix, then changed their name to the Arizona Cardinals. All the while, they did virtually nothing but lose, once enduring a 50-year stretch in which they didn't win a single playoff game. This then was a priority case. You just gotta let them play through. If you're ever tempted to believe the Falcons are somehow cursed, remember that it could be so much worse. I mean, hell. At least the Atlanta Falcons know where they live. To this point, this team had been defined almost without exception by inconsistency and instability. But as it would turn out, for 5 years straight, the head coach was Mike Smith, the top passer was Matt Ryan, the top rusher was Michael Turner, and the top receiver was Roddy White. This is almost completely unprecedented. If you count up the streaks like this that only last 3 seasons, the list is fairly short. The Marv Levy, Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed Bills are the only team to ever do what these Falcons did between 2008 and 2012. And of course, those Bills went to the Super Bowl 4 times. Entering the 2009 season, the Falcons went out and got Matt Ryan.
How are you doing, boys?
I'm a Chiefs fan.
HBK,
I was just happy to see Tony Gonzalez get the trade he asked for and finish his Hall of Fame career somewhere other than those putrid Kansas City teams of that era. Even in his final seasons with the Falcons, he was putting up numbers most tight ends can only dream of. Gonzalez revolutionized his position kind of in the way Vic did. There had been incredible pass-catching tight ends before, guys like Shannon Sharp, but Gonzalez was the one to establish proof of concept. Where he went, the likes of Antonio Gates and Rob Gronkowski followed. In this season, the Falcons didn't quite match their 2008 success, and they missed the playoffs. But you know what? They finished with a 9-7 record, which meant that for the first time in the 44-year history of this team, the Atlanta Falcons had finished with a winning record in back-to-back seasons. This is called sustained momentum. Almost every other NFL team does this all the damn time, and now after nearly half a century, the Falcons finally get to experience what it's like. They did leave a little bit on the table, though. In particular, they dropped both their matchups with the Saints. In both of them, New Orleans escaped by the skin of their teeth. The first time, the Falcons recovered an onside kick with about a minute left, and a last-second throw was picked off near the goal line. At the end of the second one, the Falcons were stuffed on a 4th and 2 in Saints territory.
51 into 1-3.
These two games decided who won the NFC South that season. If Atlanta had found a way to win them, the two teams would have tied at 11-5, and it would have been the Falcons who held the tiebreaker and went to the playoffs. Instead, the Saints are going, well, best of luck to them, but we don't need it. We understand now that success is about more than simply making the playoffs. It's about long-term stability and positive momentum and steady leadership. We're set up for success, slow and steady. Before long, we'll have this team in the position... Oh, God damn it! The New Orleans Saints had won the space race, just when the Falcons had discovered fire. While the Falcons were turning the corner, the Saints had ripped off 1 million wins in a row and won the first Super Bowl they'd ever played in. What happened to the old days, when the big brother got to shove around the little brother just for fun? And what about the more recent times, when the two were partners in misery, giving the rest of the country barn burners to watch on national television, all the while drifting out of view in the standings? They had a special thing going. All that was gone. Had just a couple of plays broken differently in that season, the Falcons could have prevented this. They did not.
I've always thought hating someone or something was such an extreme feeling that takes a lot of effort and energy. Like as a kid, I guess I hated vegetables, but now, if you give me some deliciously seasoned charred broccoli, it can elevate any meal. To hate something, you have to passionately dislike it. And I ain't gonna spend time holding a grudge against green things. I just didn't like them. But when it comes to the Saints, oh yeah. I absolutely hate that team. And this isn't to give Saints fans some sense of satisfaction like, oh, look at us living rent-free in the heads of Falcons fans. Because I don't think about y'all at all. It's just when you battle with a team 2 times a year every season, you start to learn their tendencies and how they operate. And yeah, the hate starts to build. It's only natural. So let's just say I don't really have any recollection of the Saints winning the Super Bowl. That's new information to me. But what I do remember is members of the Saints staff paying players to purposely injure players of the opposing team.
That was some fuck shit.
And that just coincidentally occurred during the same years of this so-called Super Bowl win. Seems a little fishy if you ask me.
Well, our bird has one hell of a blemish now, huh? We would love to remove it. Unfortunately, we lack the technology to do so, rendering this completely impossible. The next season, it was as though the Falcons were pulled into the Saints' wake, regardless of how good they actually were. In terms of wins, it was the second best season they'd ever had. What's weird, though, is that in a lot of respects, they weren't actually good.
Remember those 04 Falcons who earned a postseason bye despite a point differential of just +3 for the season? Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. In 2010, the Falcons won 13 games, good enough to secure the NFC's #1 seed and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Normally, you'd equate such status with being extremely good at football, but on a play-by-play assessment of their offense and defense, they were not extremely good. They were not even extremely average. They were extremely bad. Offensively, the 2010 Falcons failed to average even 5 yards per play, ranking 26th in the league. Defensively, they ranked
26 out
27th,
of 32.
allowing 5.56 yards per play. That differential was the 5th worst in the NFL that season. Again, accomplished by a #1 seed. Also, hey there, Chargers. But let's zoom out for a sec beyond 2010 and look at every season of every team since the merger, because that's where I noticed something real weird. As you'd expect, you can see quite a strong positive correlation between this metric and winning. So these Falcons are a glaring exception to be this far to the left, yet still having won over 80% of their games. Allow me to direct your attention to this dot way down here for a comparison. That would be a winless team with a per-play yardage differential that wasn't just better, but significantly better than a 13-win Falcons team. It's
Of course,
pretty
it's a
easy
damsel
to
shop on
recognize the
2-1
prime culprit
all
for
the
such
fucking
an
time.
outlandish discrepancy.
So fucking frustrating.
Turnovers. The 2017 Browns had a turnover differential of -28. Atlanta in 2010 had an outstanding turnover differential of +14. And while obviously those are huge
I swear
plays that have
had
an
like an
enormous
extendo
impact
spike
on
in that game,
outcomes,
on that one.
the fact remains that fundamentally on a play-by-play amalgam of both sides of the ball, those top-seeded Falcons were arguably a lot worse than a team led by Deshaun Kaiser. The ultimate microcosm of their season came in Week 4 against my beloved Niners in a game that will forever be tattooed on my brain. With the Falcons down 1 and a minute and a half left to play, San Francisco's Nate Clements picks off Matt Ryan. If we freeze it right there, this is a situation where at this point a pick 6 isn't even necessarily a bad thing for the Falcons. You're already losing with a little over a minute left, and it'd at least enable a chance to get the ball back, still likely just a one-possession game. But already deep in Atlanta territory, in Clements' furious quest to score a perhaps detrimental touchdown, he slows up just enough to allow a hustling Roddy White to punch the ball loose. Falcons recover,
Damn, that's
go down
crazy.
the field, kick the game-winning field goal. Their back-breaking turnovers weren't even turnovers. Those were the 2010 regular season Falcons. Wonder if that's the type of squad
look at that
gets
shop.
exposed in January. On to the 2010 playoff Falcons.
God damn it.
Coming off their bye week, the Falcons are set to battle the Packers, and their fairy tale season continues early when Turner bounces off hits from every angle and keeps his legs churning till he hits pay dirt. Even though Green Bay immediately responds with an Aaron Rodgers touchdown pass to Jordy Nelson, on the ensuing kickoff, Atlanta breaks the record for longest postseason touchdown in NFL history when Eric Weems goes 102 yards right up the middle, nearly untouched.
Yeah, gotta love those.
But the Falcons are facing a
Or like
future
you
Hall of
buffered,
Fame quarterback at the
entering
peak
the
of his powers,
exit door.
and they're simply unable to provide any
And
resistance as Rodgers leads his team
then you look at the
downfield
shop
to
and it's like,
again
ah,
tie
god damn
it.
it.
It's pretty clear that Atlanta's only hope is for Matt Ryan
Or there's a black
to
market
keep up
right
in a
on
shootout,
right
but
as
when he
that you
tries
see
to
right as
hit
you
Michael
exit.
Jenkins on a fly route against cover 2, he puts a little too much air on it and Jenkins slips, which allows underneath cornerback Tramon Williams to make a touchdown-saving play on the ball, something the Falcons can ill afford given just how scorching hot the opposing quarterback is. Atlanta is powerless to prevent Green Bay from surging ahead on another pinpoint
possible you saw
Rodgers
this game.
touchdown pass with less than a minute to go in the first half.
It's a playoff game now.
Then, the sky comes tumbling down. Just seconds remain until halftime, and the Falcons are trying to shorten a field goal try with no timeouts and thus needing to throw toward the sideline. Tramon knows exactly what's coming and baits Ryan into throwing the quick out to Roddy White. One slick cutback later, and the man whose pick 2 minutes earlier saved a touchdown is now scoring one of his own in the most demoralizing way possible to end a half.
It would be just about impossible for a single play to change a football
Lost the
game
game.
more than this one
Interesting.
did. Before this throw, it was anyone's game, with the Falcons likely to, at minimum, kick a field goal to cut the deficit to 4. Instead, within a matter of seconds, it was 14. Absolutely backbreaking.
Thinking of all the times that I
set to receive first in the
can
second
remember
half. The rest of the
catalog in
game
my
was
head
a
of all the
procession
times
with
the Packers
Aaron
and
Rodgers
Falcons have
offense
played.
scoring at will. This is a really amazing.
It's more than you think.
About half of it
Both
was a very
NFC.
close game, and yet it went into the
They
books
do play
as
in
a
the playoffs
27-point
relatively
defeat,
often.
the worst home playoff loss seen in the NFL in decades. After a year of threading the needle, the football gods had shown up at the worst possible time to collect what was owed.
Following that season of Fool's Gold, the Falcons sought to make a big splash in the 2011 NFL Draft to upgrade at wide receiver opposite Roddy White. General Manager Thomas Dimitroff would stop at nothing to get his man, and his level of determination wouldn't have been justified for many players. But oh goodness was it justified here, because here, we're talking about Julio Jones.
Julio motherfucking Jones. he's good. He was
As
so
the
good in
nation's
college
top high
and
school
so
wide
good in
receiver, Jones could have played collegiately anywhere he wanted, and Nick Saban was able
He's
to
been quite
keep
good
the Alabama native in state
in the
with the
NFL.
Crimson Tide in 2008. Jones immediately burst on the scene as a true freshman, accounting for nearly 40% of the aerial yardage
Julio
of a 12-win
Jones!
team. He combined everything you could ever want in a wide receiver. Ideal size and strength, impeccably precise and crafty route running, and even on a broken foot at the 2011 scouting combine, blazing fast, sub 4.4 speed in the 40. To get him, Dimitrov was forced to dangle an awful lot of draft pick eggs in one basket, enough to get the Cleveland Browns to bite. Moving all the way up from 27 to 6, the Atlanta Falcons had secured the right to draft Julio Jones. Well, as it relates to overall body of work for a wide receiver, it's really Jerry Rice and everyone else. You can make one hell of a case that Julio Jones had the greatest peak of anyone ever. For starters, there's not a single number between 5,785 and 12,896 in which Julio Jones didn't reach that number of career receiving yards faster than anyone. Let's take as an example 12,000. Jones got there in career game number 125. To reach 12K so quickly, Jones had 55 100-yard games in that time when no one else has ever hit the century mark in receiving yardage in more than 45 of their first 125 career games. And in fact, whereas he'd surpassed 12,000 career receiving yards, no one else has ever even topped 11K at that point, which, by the way, Julio only needed 115 games to reach. He hit that 12,000 milestone near the end of 2019. That was his 9th season. Not only is that comfortably the most ever through 9 seasons, but he did that despite missing most of his 3rd season after re-injuring the same foot that was broken when he ran 40 yards in under 4.4 seconds. To still be able to pull that off once he came back in 2014, it would require going absolutely supernova on the rest of the league. And that is exactly what Julio Jones did. Starting with that first season back, he became the only player to ever top 1,400 receiving yards in 5 consecutive seasons. He was damn close to a 6th, when only Marvin Harrison's done so in as many as 4 consecutive. In that time, he also had 3 different games topping 250 receiving yards. The following 9 players have combined for 0 career games with at least 250 receiving yards. DeAndre Hopkins, Isaac Bruce, Antoine Bolden, Michael Irvin, Randy Moss, Torrey Holt, Marvin Harrison, Larry Fitzgerald, and Chris Carter. The latter 3 never even reached 200 in a game. Julio had 3 with over 250. However, the 2 names often considered for the title as second greatest receiver ever are Moss and Terrell Owens. And the main reason for this is touchdowns. Here is every instance an NFL player has ever recorded at least 1,400 receiving yards in a season. Julio shows up 5 times. Even if he didn't frequently finish his catches in the end zone, Julio Jones still likely had the greatest prime of all time at gobbling up receiving yards.
Yeah, he's just that good.
In 2011, Matt Ryan connected with Julio, Roddy, and Tony on his way to more than 4,000 passing yards. This was the Falcons' 4th straight winning season, and it culminated in one of the most frustrating viewing experiences in the history of the NFL. Viewer discretion advised. This game fucking sucks. The Giants played host in New Jersey's MetLife Stadium, a place you can only get to by taking 45 different trains, forging an alliance with an elfin tribe that allows you safe passage, and receiving the assistance of a kindly wizard. New York and Atlanta spend the first quarter playing ping pong, with neither offense doing much of anything. The Falcons finally pieced together a long drive. Deep in Giants territory, Mike Smith does something atypical. He goes for it on 4th and 1. Although they're in field goal range, I do like this call, but this time the Giants stop. Unfortunately for the Giants, the ball itself doesn't change directions. A holding call backs them up to their own 14, Eli Manning drops back, the Falcons send James Sanders after him, and Eli tries to dump it off to nowhere before he can escape the tackle box. He does this while in the end zone, which by rule gives the Falcons the ultra-rare playoff safety, as well as one of the funniest leads possible in a football game. 2-0. When the Falcons get the ball back, Matt Ryan marshals the Falcons back into Giants territory. Once again, they find themselves at 4th and 1.
Do you have one of those
They're
like
just
shaker
outside
balls
of
in
field
your
goal range.
protein?
They should absolutely go for it.
Thing?
Remember, they have a terrific quarterback in Matt Ryan. They have Michael Turner, an excellent short yardage option who's having another incredible year. They have Tony Gonzalez, one of the most sure-handed receiving targets the sport has ever seen. If they really want to get weird, they've got the dynamic duo of Roddy White and Julio Jones, who form one of the very best wide receiver tandems ever assembled. But, likely scared off by the Giants stopping them a few minutes ago, the Falcons say no to all of these options and punt it away instead. It's a really, truly nauseating decision, and it's the precise moment the Atlanta Falcons turn into a pumpkin. The Giants score 24 unanswered points as Atlanta's star-studded offense completely breaks down at every opportunity. In the third quarter, the Falcons find themselves at 4th and 1 in Giants territory a third time.
What the fuck?
But it's too late. Having already committed the Cardinal sin of punting on 4th and 1 in enemy territory, there was no appeasing the football gods. They turn the ball over on downs, and that's it. Final score, Giants 24, Falcons 2. Teams have certainly been beaten far worse, but this Falcons effort was so anemic that few living people have seen its equal. Consider this. We have a game here in which a team committed 0 turnovers, and yet scored 0 offensive points and didn't even attempt a single field goal.
Damn, that's
Forget
crazy.
just playoff games. Even across regular seasons, this is one of just 23 such performances ever. And with 247 yards, they're tied for the most offensive yardage gained in such a game. In other words, the Falcons did the most you could possibly do without doing anything. Most beatdowns can be explained away by turnovers, but not only did they not turn the ball over, they didn't even try one field goal. This is the only time this has ever happened in the playoffs. And it happened despite all of this talent. Now, this is typically a tipping point for the Falcons, the point at which a horrendous playoff loss precipitates a collapse. Once again, it was clear, these Falcons were different. After spending close to half a century failing to cobble together just 2 straight winning seasons, they've now put together 5 straight. And the latest is a 2012 campaign that ends with a 13-3 record, their second in 3 years. It's the wildest thing. It's as though the instant the Falcons entered high definition in 2008, they got serious. They won consistently. And aside from the occasional insensitive tweet from Roddy White, they were the least provocative team you could imagine.
True.
They were a talented team that was sensibly coached. Their wins were proficient, and their losses were dull. And I'll be honest, at this point in the story, I find that heartbreaking. We can't have both, can we? It could never have happened this way. We couldn't have all these weirdos, all this chaos, all the vibrance that breathed life into this team, if we wanted them to win. It's not that these Falcons are lifeless, far from it. They're often really fun to watch, but they're grown up now. This is one of the greatest fears many of us have as we grow up ourselves, that in order to make it, in order to get to where we want, we're gonna have to surrender a piece of ourselves. We'll have to hand over a lot of what makes us who we are, or at least who we thought we were. But this is, after all, what we wanted all this time.
With another crack at home field advantage throughout the postseason, the Falcons' first playoff game is against the
Seahawks. Let's go.
Gonzalez, who's trying to put the finishing touches on a 16-year Hall of Fame career with his first ever taste of postseason success, hauls in the game's first touchdown with some immaculate footwork. The next play run by the offense is a handoff to reserve back Jaquiz Rogers, who unleashes a truck stick from the depths of hell unto safety Earl Thomas on a massive gain to set up another score and a 13-zip lead. After stuffing Seattle's fullback on 4th and 1, Atlanta takes a commanding 20-point lead when rowdy Roddy White slips behind Richard Sherman.
Those Seahawks in that year,
score.
They wake up in the third quarter.
In the third quarter, so the Falcons maintain their huge 20-point
That team always woke up in the third and fourth quarter.
That is where they fall apart like a house of cards, allowing a couple touchdowns within the first few minutes as their lead dwindles to 6. With Atlanta's offense stuck in neutral, Seattle's able to take the lead with just 31 seconds remaining when Marshawn Lynch plows in for their third unanswered touchdown of the quarter. The Falcons are staring straight down the barrel of becoming the first team to ever lose a playoff game after squandering a 20-point fourth quarter lead.
Oh, that's a good joke.
But life in the NFL is different when you have a franchise quarterback. You are never out of a game, even if you need more yards for a field goal attempt than there are seconds left on the clock. This is Matt Ryan's opportunity to show the entire country that that's exactly what he is. A laser to the left sideline on a deep out gets him to midfield before a 19-yard completion to the ultimate security blanket moves him into field goal range. Tony Gonzalez has just made the catch to set up what may be his first ever playoff win in a Hall of Fame career that could otherwise end without one. It all comes down to kicker Matt Bryant, whose game-winning attempt sails wide right. But wait, Seattle had called timeout to try and ice him, which backfires.
Oh, this is the one that we
as Bryant
lost,
gets
that the
another
Seahawks
shot,
lost, right?
and this time appears to kick them to the NFC Championship.
That puts the score at Falcons 30, Seahawks 28, and that will indeed be the final score. Falcons win. However, what follows in this game is an event that's very much like that Deion Sanders circus play in the 1991 playoffs at the end of that game against the Saints. Because that one didn't affect the result,
successive seasons that the Seahawks played the Hawks.
Similarly,
The
no
Seahawks
one
played the
remembers what
Falcons.
happens at around 4 p.m. Eastern on January 13th, 2013. It's important to stress here once again that Mike Smith, while a good coach, has a reputation for being an overly conservative coach. Just a year ago, his refusal to go for it on 4th and 1 way downfield signaled the beginnings of a blowout. This is just one of many factors that make this one of the very strangest things I've ever seen anyone do on any football field anywhere. I mean, this is probably number 2 on the list. Number 1 is everything that happened in the last Boy Scout. Number 2 is this. With a 2-point lead and 8 seconds left in the ballgame, the Falcons are set to kick off. The call here is a complete no-doubter that any normal team would make without even thinking about it. You kick it into the end zone, or better yet, through the end zone for a touchback. That would put the Seahawks at their own 20 with just 8 seconds to get in the field goal range, about 50 yards away. Even with their timeouts, 8 seconds would maybe be enough for one play before the field goal. This would be a virtually hopeless situation for Seattle. Now, the Seahawks return man is Leon Washington, one of the best returners ever. What if kicker Matt Bosher doesn't kick it far enough, allowing for the chance of a return? Well, it's a very safe bet that he will. In fact, here's him doing so in this very game.
You bullying me because I'm watching a documentary?
Here's a third time. A fourth time.
While it's speedrunning?
He has done this 5 times today. Not an issue. Okay, well, what if it's a kick like this first one that's very deep, but that Washington could conceivably decide to return? Well, let's look at those 8 return touchdowns. Almost none of those kicks even made it to the goal line. He doesn't usually even try returning kicks that go this far back, and when he has, he's never once scored a touchdown. Meanwhile, Bosher has been automatic today, placing every single one of his kickoffs in the territory where Washington has had no success. And just to keep all of this in perspective, Leon Washington has scored 1 kick return touchdown in the last 2 years. So while
if this turns into a PB, I am keeping that initial section in just
if they're really that worried about it, they can always try a line drive kick or a squib kick. With either of those, the ball wouldn't go as far, but it's tough to field cleanly and almost impossible to return for a touchdown. What they do instead, with 8 seconds left,
is kick to Leon Washington.
The lead is an onside kick. Listen, I can be somewhat normal about this because I've had time to process it, but if this is your first time seeing this, you should be yelling. This is the best explanation we can muster. We see Bosher turning his foot to strike the ball with his heel. He might have been attempting a misdirection squib, the idea being to make it look like you're attempting a straight ahead kick and then unexpectedly punching it to the other side of the field at the last moment. But no matter how many times Bosher has practiced this, it's a risky maneuver in the one situation the Falcons should be avoiding risk at all costs. While the squib may have been the intent, this is officially an onside kick. That's how it went down in the record book, and it's also functionally an onside kick, as it ends like onside kicks almost always do. The first line recovers it and gets excellent field position. Here's how bad this is. If Pete Carroll was allowed to walk over to the other sideline and call one play for the Falcons that would have any chance at letting the Seahawks back into the game, he would have asked for this, an onside kick. In the end, Seattle couldn't capitalize on this, but they had a timeout and a very very, very real chance of setting up a last-second
Are you gonna do an
field
all
goal that
achievements
would have
run?
knocked the Falcons out of the playoffs. It's difficult to find the words for this. After the game, Mike Smith said the most Mike Smith thing possible. These things happen in a ball game. Ain't that the truth? Interestingly, and likely because this debacle didn't affect the result, very little was made of it. There was that one question at the presser and one passing, that was weird in the papers, and then it was lost to history. Very few of us remember that this team really almost threw away a 13-3 season on an onside kick when they already had the lead. My God, this is how it happens now, isn't it? The Falcons have always been defined by debacles, and they always
What do you mean by
will.
the cool ones?
Now that they're too buttoned up for disaster to strike on the radio, on a late-night plane to Arkansas during media week, on a quiet street in Miami, on the sideline at a press conference, or anywhere else, this chaos will, from this point forth, manifest on the field of play itself. The Falcons are back, baby.
Well,
They never left. You little fucker, don't you scare me like that again. God, I love you.
I should just do what Sus does and change the color completely.
About that game as a whole, the AJC's Jeff Schultz wrote that he nearly avoided becoming, quote, the flashpoint for all conversations on the greatest collapses and humiliating moments in Atlanta.
Imagine being in Spelunky voice chat.
Yeah. Be a real shame if that ever happened.
Without me?
Having just barely avoided what would have been one of the worst meltdowns in NFL history, the Falcons advanced to host their first ever conference title game against Colin Kaepernick and the San Francisco 49ers. Just like in the divisional round, the Falcons are off and running right out of the gate. Not only does Julio Jones get loose for a long touchdown to cap the first drive of the game, but after just 15 minutes and 6 seconds, he's already torched the Niners secondary for 120 receiving yards and this second TD that puts Atlanta up 17-0. Once again, they've built a 3-score lead, and once again, they forget how to play football once they do so. First, they allow this read option that gets the Niners on the board, then Cap finds Vernon Davis to all of a sudden make it just a 3-point game. Ryan and his ageless tight end are able to stem the tide just before halftime, and they maintain their double-digit lead at the break. But after Niner tailback Frank Gore's third-quarter touchdown, in the fourth, the Falcons come about as close as humanly possible to surrendering the lead when Michael Crabtree takes this slant within inches of the goal line, only for corner Dante Robinson to rip the ball away in the nick of time. However, Atlanta goes 3 and out to give the ball back to San Francisco.
What is this?
And this time,
get me out of here.
Just lean on Gore, who powers into the end zone and hits him with a bird that sure as hell ain't clean, as the Falcons now somehow find themselves trailing. 1 week after blowing a huge lead, but still orchestrating a game-winning drive when they needed it the most, the exact same developments are so far unfolding the exact same way. Ryan has little trouble guiding his team into the red zone, only this time he needs a touchdown. On 4th and 4 from the 10-yard line with just over a minute left and a berth in Super Bowl 47 riding on the play, he looks for White over the middle, but linebacker Navarro Bowman's well positioned to sneak his left hand in there to break up the pass and end the Falcons season in heartbreaking fashion.
And the 49ers lose to the Ravens.
This cemented the Falcons' reputation among NFL fans all across the country. This team doesn't just lose, it explodes. It made them a point of viewing. We knew we were in for a spectacle. Maybe they'd get clobbered on their own field like no other team has in modern times. Maybe they'd theatrically flare-flop and become the only team in NFL playoff history to finish with exactly 2 points on the scoreboard. If we were really lucky, we'd get a riveting double feature in which they jump to a 20-0 playoff lead at home and a 17-0 playoff lead at home, and somehow blew both of them. We'd never seen anything like this. But there was another, longer story being told here. This was one of just 4 playoff duels in which both starting quarterbacks finished with a passer rating above 110. Matt Ryan threw for nearly 400 yards, and Colin Kaepernick, primarily known as a mobile quarterback, stayed behind the line and picked apart the Falcons from the air. Years down the road, both these men would do something unthinkable for NFL quarterbacks. They would become politically active. Kaepernick, the first star NFL player to directly challenge the state, would be completely hung out to dry by the league as a consequence. When he brought his protest against systemic oppression and murders at the hands of police through this bubble, it was interpreted instead as some kind of direct assault on the troops. For many, the actual message was completely vaporized, and the NFL was just fine with it. Years later in 2020, when the Black Lives Matter movement continued to build momentum, Ryan made a $500,000 donation toward Atlanta's black community and worked to raise a lot more. His only regret was that it took him so long to do it. In this moment in January 2013, these things would have been impossible to imagine. It's an important thing to remember, I think. The issues at hand were every bit as real then as they've ever been, but a team like the Atlanta Falcons was removed from anything. And as it turned out, from the first period of sustained momentum they'd ever seen. This was
not gonna
right
be
on time,
great.
wasn't it? This is how it goes every single time. The Falcons experience acts that last 5 years or so and then the curtain drops. This time there were a lot of reasons we can identify. They released the aging John Abraham as well as Michael Turner, and they also said goodbye to the man who'd been the cornerstone of their offensive line for the entire 21st century. Todd McClure is another one of those unsung heroes that we haven't really talked about, but replacing the center who snapped for Chris Chandler, Michael Vick, and Matt Ryan wasn't easy. On top of this, Julio Jones was lost to injury for most of the season, and while Roddy White had a great year, he was hassled by the dreaded high ankle sprain that's every athlete's worst nightmare. Having come within 9 minutes of his first ever Super Bowl appearance, Tony Gonzalez resolved to make one last run in 2013. And this is what he came back for. After one last failed campaign, the future Hall of Famer retired. 2014 wasn't much better, and yet, holding a 6-9 record entering the final game of the season, the Falcons actually had a chance of becoming one of the only teams ever to enter the playoffs with a losing record. All they had to do was beat a decidedly not good Carolina Panthers team at home in the Georgia Dome. They didn't just lose this game, they got clowned 34-3 in front of their own fans. And that was it for Mike Smith. The most successful coach in Falcons history was fired, ending an era of consistent winning this team had never before experienced. I gotta say, he made that cut pretty well.
401.
See the curves back in like that, and then see how it shoots back out just like it's supposed to. Huh. You know, they could have lost a little bit more down here and won a little bit more up here, you know, just to kind of round it out a little bit better. And around here, see, up around the turn of the century, it gets a little bit more jagged than I'd like, but
I'll be back. I need to go to the bathroom and get some more water.
Really impressive craftsmanship. Good work.
I'll keep the.
Let's take one last look to enjoy this, because
the
for the first
video
time,
going in the
they're about to cut completely outside the lines.
To lead the latest iteration of their football team, the Falcons hired Seahawks defensive coordinator Dan Quinn. It looked to be an immediate hit when he kicked off his tenure by winning 6 of his first 7 games. But in a bit of a Falcon hot start, cold finish tradition, they spiraled through a 2-7 stretch run to wind up 8-8, one of just 4 instances during the 16-game era that a team started 6-1 and failed to finish with a winning record. In one of those losses in particular, Quinn made the most inexplicable decision I have ever seen a football coach make. Sometimes decisions by coaches get criticized after the fact simply because they happen to not succeed, though if they had, no one would have said a peep. I promise you, this is not that. No hindsight necessary here, because whereas most decisions involve multiple options that each have pros and cons just of varying degrees, Quinn once made a decision that only had cons. This was not simply a misjudgment of the sliding scale of pros and cons or risk and reward, because there was no sliding scale. It was week 9 against the 49ers, and with just a few minutes left in the game, the Falcons were trailing by 4 points, but driving. This completion moved them to the doorstep of the goal line while bringing up 4th down. Dan Quinn, again, down 4 with little time remaining and the ball on the 1-yard line, opted to kick a 3-point field goal. The man figured after that field goal, in the span of 3 minutes, mind you, that generating a quick defensive stop, quickly working their way downfield into field goal range, and then hitting that field goal was more likely than his offense simply picking up a yard for a touchdown that'd give him the lead. What made this even more fingertip-kissing delicious is that the football gods couldn't have set this up more poetically. Not only had the Falcons gone for it on 4th down the most of anyone in the league while converting 69% of the time, but the very prior week the Falcons encountered 4th and 1 not once, but twice. They went for it, not once, but twice. They were successful, not once, but twice. Now when it's the biggest no-brainer imaginable to go for it on 4th and 1, Quinn punts. Well, literally kicks, but he may as well have punted. Analytics calculators pegged the chance of a Falcon victory after the field goal at about 17%. Their chance at victory had they gone for the touchdown from the 1-yard line and failed would have been about 35% due to the fact that the Niners would have been forced to take over with terrible field position from the shadow of their own goal line. A successful field goal was more detrimental to the Falcons than if they'd failed at the alternative. Matt Ryan could have literally taken a 4th down knee while trailing, and it still would have made them over twice as likely to win as a successful field goal did. The Falcons never touched the ball again. In the midst of their 2-7 freefall to close the season, one of those 2 wins was just the Falconsiest. Entering Week 16, the Atlanta Falcons and Carolina Panthers were about as diametrically opposed as 2 football teams could possibly be. Across the previous 8 weeks, the Falcons had been perhaps the league's worst team not quarterbacked by Johnny Manziel. Meanwhile, the Panthers were only the 4th team in NFL history to start 14-0, and as a cherry on top, they'd absolutely clobbered the Falcons 38-0 just 2 weeks earlier. And yet, quarterback Cam Newton's quest to lead his team to perfection got upended in the penultimate game in his native Atlanta. The Falcons are funny like that.
After 2015, the team released Roddy White, who ultimately never played another down in the NFL. This left Matt Ryan and Julio Jones as the only 2 major holdovers from those winning years. This is usually about the time we'd wrap things up, but in fact, the 2016 season is the one that's compelled us to tell the story of the 50 seasons that came before it. All of this was a half-century of prologue. This is the season that defines the Atlanta Falcons, and might define them forever.
While Ryan had an up-and-down season in 2015 as he learned the complexities of new offensive coordinator Kyle Shanahan's system, everything clicked as he mastered it in year 2. Their 33.8 points per game in 2016 were one of the highest single-season totals ever, and the foundation for their unstoppable offense was an ability to do whatever the hell they wanted on 1st down, where they averaged an astronomical 7.6 yards per 1st down play. Ryan was surgical from start to finish and won MVP after throwing for nearly 5,000 yards, 38 touchdowns, and just 7 interceptions. He received half of the 50 votes, and that simply was not enough. The runner-up got 10 votes, and while Tom Brady was the only quarterback in Ryan's solar system in most rate metrics, even he didn't come within a full yard of Ryan's NFL record 9.3 yards per pass. And oh yeah, he also missed a quarter of the season thanks to a pretty cool air pressure-based suspension, so he lagged way behind in terms of volume too. The MVP voting should have been even more of a landslide for Ryan. 2016 was a season in which, and this is not one bit hyperbolic, Matt Ryan played the position of quarterback at just about the highest level it can be played. It can pretty safely be considered one of the 3 or 4 greatest single seasons of passing in NFL history, likely just behind 2004 Peyton Manning and 2011 Aaron Rodgers, and alongside a couple other debatable ones. It wouldn't be a great one, but a non-outrageous case can be crafted that it was the all-time...
Can you play this on stream right now if I donate you 50 bits?
The fall of 2016 is the one that we all remember in vivid detail. And here we are, right in the middle of it, talking about Matt Ryan's passing efficiency and the Atlanta Falcons' success rate on 1st down. That's exactly what these Falcons have always been, right? Alternate programming. Literally. 84 million people were glued to the first Trump-Clinton debate, the most in American history. You want to know what the Falcons were doing at this exact same hour? Playing the Saints.
Carl, what?
Well, they did it again.
What?
Now, as always, the Falcons offered us an escape hatch from the real world. And you know what? If I had it to do over again,
the game looks like it's gonna steal my information.
Was my vote gonna change? If I turned on Falcon Saints, I would have had way more fun and learned the
also,
exact
that trailer
same
is so fucking weird.
These two TV shows had quite a few things in common. You could argue that a lot of partisan viewers hated the opposing team more than they liked their own. We didn't want to better our understanding of anything. We wanted to collect ammo to talk shit to the
The
other
story of a
side.
homeless
The
person
big
is a
difference,
wonderful
apart
story of a
from
homeless
Falcon
person.
Saints being way more fun, was that, well, I guarantee you that the average Falcons or Saints player genuinely cared about and loved their fans. And
Do you
wanted to
like
deliver
fun,
something.
cool games?
As for those two, moving on. What would turn out to be their
lucky
final
servers
loss of
always chat.
2016 came in Week 13 against the Chiefs, when they took just enough time out of their busy schedule to invent a brand new way to lose a football game. It had never before been done. Down by 5 with 4.5 minutes left, Ryan finds Aldrick Robinson in the end zone. They now have a 1-point
Chaco
lead,
and I
made the
have-
decision to go for 2 instead of kicking the extra point. Smart, because a 3-point lead would safeguard them against the Chiefs kicking a last-minute field
look
goal
at
to win the game.
Chaco and I have
Just a
some
year and a
like
half
very
prior,
like similar
the NFL tweaked its rulebook to allow the defense on a 2-point conversion attempt to return the turnover for
things
a
that we
touchdown.
follow on
The way
Twitter.
it had worked for decades was if you intercepted it, it was a dead ball and the play was over. Now,
Yeah,
it would be
I figured
technically
that. I
legal to
figured
run
that.
back a new variant of the pick 6, the pick 2. I don't think any of these 11 Falcons are even considering this remote possibility, but Fairburn, Georgia's own Eric Berry is. And when Ryan tries to find tight end Austin Hooper in the end zone, he jumps all over.
You don't even type that bad because
because
have you seen
what
Carl
follows
type?
here is a fascinating sound. It's not booing. It's not one resounding no, and it's not silence. It sounds like a 70,000 person stock exchange as the market drops 1,000 points.
Bully. This is my stream. I'm allowed to bully you.
They're shouting in sentence fragments as they attempt to process
Bully.
in real time that yes, this is legal now. Everyone's caught on their heels, including the CBS production team, who's only ready to go Chiron for a 2-point score, understandably, is safety. And this was not a safety. It was a pick 2. And while there have been a few other pick 2s in the NFL, this was the one and only time a team has ever lost a lead during their own 2-point conversion attempt. Which is like getting your ass kicked at your own birthday party. Magnificent. Dan Quinn had taken some heat in 2015
Well,
after his
my
Falcons
mouse
fell
drink is
apart down the
higher.
stretch, and
Cool.
embarrassment like that
Cool,
seemed
dude.
to be the perfect time
Good for
it to
you.
happen again. Instead, they took advantage of a weak schedule, caught fire, and wiped the floor with everyone.
I'm not a loser. I have more hours in Spelunky than you.
They flew into LA and built a 42-0 lead on the Rams before ambivalently allowing a couple of meaningless late scores. They hosted Colin Kaepernick in one of the last games he'd ever play. Though Kaepernick played well, the Niners defense, which in that season was one of the worst of all time, was bullied downfield all afternoon. The Falcons then went to Charlotte and neutralized Cam Newton 33-16, and to cap off the regular season, they went up 38-13 on the Saints and withstood their comeback attempt.
I didn't
It
find
was
it
only
funny.
the second time they'd ever finished a season with 4
don't
straight
find it funny?
wins, the other being their Super Bowl season in '98. But there's always a but. They did that across kind of an easy schedule. We've watched this happen before, with the Falcons marching into the playoffs with an inflated record and getting disposed of by the real contenders. Things were different now.
I don't bully you. I don't bully anyone. What do you mean?
With Ryan sitting on just one career playoff win through 8 seasons, his next chance at his second comes against Quinn's old team that he beat for that lone victory 4 years earlier.
I held straight down.
In this one, an opening drive touchdown pass from Russell Wilson to Jimmy Graham digs Atlanta into an early hole. But this Falcons squad has lived in the end zone all season, and their first possession ends no other way, with Julio Jones knifing in to tie it up early in the second quarter. A few minutes later, with Atlanta down 3, Wilson's foot
back
gets
into the
stepped
fridge.
on
Maybe
by
you should do
his
that.
own O-lineman
It's
to give
coagulating.
Atlanta another of those ultra-rare playoff safeties. Near the end of the first half, though, they accomplished something even more rare. This Matt Ryan scoring toss to a wide-open Tevin Coleman caps just the second postseason 99-yard touchdown drive in 15 years and gives the Falcons a 9-point lead at intermission. They open the second half with a long, methodical touchdown drive, and in this one, they never allow the Seahawks to mount a late comeback, as for once, Matt
that was
Ryan
a sad
can enjoy
game.
a stress-free
That was like the
game
end of.
down the stretch.
That felt like
This
the
was
end of like the
Falcons' final
Seahawks
season
being
in
good.
the Georgia
era.
Dome after a quarter century, and since Green Bay edged Dallas in the other NFC semifinal the next day, that meant it would host one last game against the Packers for the right to advance to Super Bowl 51. It will be their fourth all-time playoff matchup after ping-ponging between an easy Packer win in the June Jones era, an easy Falcon win in the Dan Reeves era, and an easy Packer win in the Mike Smith era. Early signs point toward that oscillation continuing when the Falcons end their first possession with this little flip from Ryan to Mohamed Sanu for the score and early advantage. In the second quarter, they're up 10-0, but the Packers are driving down near Atlanta's 10-yard line when corner Jalen Collins yanks the ball away from fullback Aaron Ripkowski and recovers it for the touchback. That sets up Matt Ryan channeling his inner Mike Vick with a personal record 14-yard touchdown run. For the second time in 5 years, the Falcons have a 17-0 lead in the NFC Championship game. In that one, they crumbled. In this one, they smell blood. With just seconds left in the first half, Julio Jones, limited all week by a bum toe, looks like it's okay here as he taps those toes inbounds for the touchdown. Their offense has scored 24 points, and the defense has pitched a first-half shutout. The Falcons can do no wrong. Halftime does nothing to dampen the Georgia Dome party either. On Atlanta's second play of the second half, Julio fights through a blatant hold on his dig route, then shrugs off like gnats multiple Packers trying to bring him down on his way to a grown man's 73-yard touchdown and a 31-0 lead that nearly brings the Dome crashing down about 10 months ahead of schedule. The final 29 minutes are nothing more than garbage time.
Never be balling.
The Packers get on the board as the teams trade some late meaningless touchdowns, but the Falcons ultimately cruise to a 44-21 win that punches their ticket to Houston, Texas for another chance to bring a Super Bowl title to the city of Atlanta.
He's ballin'. Fuck it.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Every season of Falcons football, no matter how agonizing it ended,
that should be your like
every year ready to
when
be
you're playing well.
I would put on my dumb jersey and stupid little hat every week, hoping that this year would be our year. And of course, it never was.
Ballin'.
They would blind you with impressive records, snagging #1 season.
Oh, I made a new emote yesterday.
Only to fall hilariously flat on their faces. It was like the goddamn Charlie Brown scene, where Lucy pulls the ball right before he kicks it, sending Charlie spiraling into the air. That's what almost every single season felt like. We had the pieces, we had the talent. We even had a great running start, only to whiff when it mattered most every time. Getting our ass kicked at home by the Packers. Scoring 2 whole points against the Giants, blowing a double-digit lead.
There's been no point to use it tonight.
Against the 49ers. The Falcons had
found
new and creative ways to lose, which, when you think about it, was actually quite impressive. It was the standard. Falcons fans knew the team would eventually fall,
Golden
but
G.
we waited to see how they could possibly one-up themselves when presented with a new opportunity. And they never failed. But the 2016 season, for whatever reason, just felt different. We were running teams off the field. The offense was damn near impossible to stop, that it felt like any given week they were ready to hang at least 40 points on whoever lined up in front of them. But the ass whoopings just weren't reserved for the regular season. The Falcons looked hell-bent on righting the wrongs of their laughable history to prove to everyone who doubted them that this team is legit. It felt like all the stars were aligning for Atlanta at the right time. Because they were.
I need to draw
On the weekend, the Falcons were enjoying their
one.
playoff bye. Fellow ATLian Donald Glover's show Atlanta won 2 Golden Globe Awards. In his acceptance speech, Glover made sure to shout out the city that made him, but also took
49?
a moment to congratulate Atlanta rap trio Migos for not only appearing in his show, but for making the song Bad and Bougie, which Glover said was the best song ever. Glover later went on to speak facts and said that the Migos were the Beatles of this generation, which is a hill that a lot of Atlanta folk will gladly die on. The very next day, Bad and Bougie reached #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart, only to knock off fellow Atlanta rappers Ray Shrimmer and Gucci Mane's smash hit Black Beatles. Sports, television, and music were all dominated by representatives in the A. On the other end of the spectrum, Atlanta's actual representative, civil rights icon John Lewis, rest his soul, said a few weeks later that he didn't view President-elect Donald Trump as a legitimate president, which of course Trump fired back at in only a way he can, with a barrage of tweets aimed at a man who fought for equal rights in this country. Sad. So not only were the sports and the culture of Atlanta taking over the world, but our politicians
here
spoke
comes
up
the
and had the
here comes
guts
the
to say
episode
what was
about
on everyone's mind at
the Super Bowl.
Every single thing was clicking for the Falcons in the city of Atlanta.
Just everything
During
related to
that
that.
run, you couldn't tell me
All the
or anyone
geopolitical
else
stuff
from the
related to
A
it.
shit. This was our moment. This was a fan base who had been through the depths of hell, only to pull within one win of hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. It was destiny. It was fate. Whatever you want to call it, we were ready to embrace it all.
The Atlanta Falcons had destroyed all comers. This team is rolling into the Super Bowl hotter than almost any other team in history. They were riding a 6-game win streak, which only a third of Super Bowl teams had ever done. Of those teams, their point differential along that stretch of games was the highest in 20 years. Having scored 118 more points than they'd allowed, it was a tidal wave of momentum, unseen since the Packers in '96. It was an entirely different story than that of the '98 Falcons, who squeaked out victories down the stretch and barely made it in. This was a monster. This was a team to be scared of. The Falcons clinched their Super Bowl appearance in the NFC Championship game at around 6:30 p.m. that Sunday. Minutes later, the AFC Championship game kicked off to determine their opponent. They watched and waited. A little before 10 p.m., they had company. Unbelievably, an AFC champion had emerged with almost identically strong momentum. That night, the Falcons learned that they, unlike any other team that had ever come before them, would represent the hopes and dreams of untold millions. After 50 years of flying blissfully away from the troubles of the world, the Atlanta Falcons had landed directly in the center of the universe.
Nice. Fucking bees. Why are there so many of you guys? God damn. Close reactor does something on Discord, but it's not talking to the voice chat. It's just sitting in it.
A lot of the best comedy was accidental.
What the fuck? Close
It was
react.
art that lacked an artist. No one involved intended for this image to be funny. A pensive Abraham Lincoln holding watch over Donald Trump, himself holding watch over room temperature chicken McNuggets and quarter pounders he could not possibly be happier about. He later called them hamburgers. And other times when politicians made gaffes, they left them sort of half-finished, and it was the comedian's job to chisel them out the rest of the way, but There was no work left to be done here.
God.
He'd completed.
Computer, please.
And then it was pretty tough sledding for Saturday Night Live, the nation's comic laureates who now had to figure out how to tell jokes the universe had already told in full. They sure did try. The following weekend, in an interminable 8-minute long opening sketch, they swung at the piñata 50 times and they didn't hit it once. These are genuinely talented, funny people, but it didn't matter. All they could do, all anyone could do really, was parrot and rearrange the stuff the president already said. When Pete Davidson drops the punchline,
Did that crash?
Tell he knows this sucks.
Hamburgers.
Everything went so upside down,
Do
especially
you
in the
guys see
immediate aftermath of the election, that one of the only
Firefox?
times SNL was funny was the one time
Or
they
is
were
it
trying
still stuck
really
on
hard
the
not
tweet?
to be funny, with the character of Hillary Clinton mournfully covering
Well.
Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah. That was very strange and supremely embarrassing on its own, but at the end, pretend Hillary turned to the camera and assured her supporters everything was gonna be okay.
I'm not giving up, and neither should you.
Something that just a few nights prior, the real Hillary very famously did not do. It was yet another perfectly delivered joke that was certainly
Still
not
stuck on the
intentional.
tweet? Oh, my
As silly
fucking
as all
God,
this
great.
was,
Oh,
I'm willing to
thank you,
chalk it up as
OBS.
a great shared cultural embarrassment. They reflected where a lot of us were at. They were just doing it on TV. We were all going through it. It was not a good time for any of us, and when we tried to find redemption somehow, it manifested in really funny ways. And believe me, I would love to be able to tell you I was totally above it all. I really would. I was among the legions of people who hopped on the Atlanta Falcons bandwagon on February 5th, 2017, just 2 weeks and change after Trump took office. Now, I don't want to overblow this too much. A whole bunch of people, regardless of political affiliation, saw this simply as what it was, a football game. But I know a large chunk of the audience bought into it the way I did. For the first time, a Super Bowl really, truly meant something to me. I wanted justice to prevail on the football field. I was hoping for a meaningless little symbolic victory that would make me feel slightly better for a little while.
That's not good. It's not even
and wouldn't you know
showing me
it,
the drop
even
down.
football's greatest comedy troupe had stopped putting out funny material.
Okay, well.
Ever since the Falcons lost on that pick 2 on December 4th, they were all business in a way they had never, ever been in their 51-year history. Their offense was habitually hanging around 40 points
Never
on
mind.
their opponents.
I think I'm going to end the stream. I'll watch
Their
the
defense
documentary
wasn't
another
finished until garbage
stream.
time. It was as though they realized it might
the rest
well
of the
be
documentary
them
another
who
stream.
play the hero, and they'd spent the last couple of months shaping up.
Just finish this
As a
round
casual
and
observer who was
keep going.
only now getting to know them, they really did look the part. But there was so much they didn't understand. So many things they could not know.
I think I'm done for the day. Or the night. Thank you guys for showing up. I'll see you guys next time. Yeah, you too. Let me find someone who is streaming. If there's someone streaming. I think JJG said he was going to stream some Spelunky. Your email broke? Am I the only one playing HD right now? Well. Yeah, okay. Well, there's no one to raid. So, put in a platypus with no middle part. Ah. Well. I will see you guys next time. Yeah. Peace.